a Yesterday Today, kicks off a wonderful set of events that celebrate the city's open data law. How many of you went out to Pratt last night in the Navy Yard? A few of you. Okay, I guess those who stayed out later are going to be showing up later because they had too much of a good time. Really check out all the events at open-data.nyc, and I'll save the rest of that to Kelly to talk about. For those of you who have come to a School of Data event in the past, you've seen this slide. For those of you who have not, just to put in perspective of where we are in the universe, you're there. I don't know if you can see in the far back corner, but let me just bring it in a little bit closer. So the image here with the little white dot is taken from Voyager. It was the blue marble photo. Carl Sagan speaks eloquently of it. It was essentially Voyager was leaving our solar system. They turned the spacecraft around and took a photo. This is all of us. These are all the people that you've ever known, will know, exist in that little tiny white dot. And then the famous Apollo photo, which is everyone that you've ever known, will know, have known here. One small planet. One thing that I find quite interesting is in our own history of New York City, which we need to recognize that almost every single one of us are immigrants and migrants to this island and to the series of islands that we're on, is that we've displaced the native population. We've completely changed the landscape of these islands that we're on. We're on an island that is called Mannahatta, which is a term for the island of many hills. And if you bike around this island, it seems pretty flat unless you go uptown. Sadly, the Lenape people aren't here to really express themselves in the same way. There's only one living person who's fluent in Lenape, which is a kind of a travesty for the type of colonization and oppression that has happened to Native people in the Americas and around the world. But they leave us a legacy that we can take and that we can kind of embody for today, and this is something that we hold dear in our work at BetaNYC. And it's kind of hard to think about when we can't own the land. Well, if we can't own the sea and we can't own the air, how can we own the land? And for those of you who live in New York City who aren't apartment owners, you know that you live at the whim of somebody else. And so how do we take these ideas and shepherd the future? There is very little that we will be able to own in this very expensive city, but we can own our future. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Really, our futures are the dreams that we had as kids turned into a reality. A clown said this, a very smart clown said this. So what is our story? It starts in the in the lead up to World War II. My grandfather, World War II veteran, has a medal that said that he fought for the freedoms of speech and the freedoms for religion, the freedom from want, and the freedom from fear. In 1989, we had very enterprising civic officials who saw that there was an opportunity for us to own our municipal data. And they put forth in the charter revision of 1989, the creation of the public advocate, which if you could have voted for, hopefully you voted for this past Tuesday, but only 9% of New Yorkers actually voted for the public advocate. They voted for and created this thing called the Commission on Public Information and Communication, also known as COPIC. In 1989, they had the foresight and the vision to create the world's first data directory. It exists as a phone book. You can go to our municipal archives and pull up the April 1993, the first edition and the only edition to the public data directory. And this is what the city's data catalog looked like in April of 1993. Agency name, application name, year activated, application description, and some database contents. No different than a piece of legislation that we got passed a few years ago, which talks about making sure that every single data set has a data directory. We're very fortunate enough to have enterprising leadership in New York City and a large group of community activists who have sat together with the city to craft the city's open data law. It took us 2 years to get the open data law that we're celebrating this week. 2 years. Gale Brewer started off with a very enterprising piece of legislation that was very simple, and it said, put all the data that's out there online. It took us 2 years to negotiate, and on 7th of March 2012, a number of advocates stood around and celebrated the signing of the piece of legislation. Shortly thereafter, BetaNYC worked with the mayor's office to go to all 5 boroughs and have a better understanding of what we wanted to see carried forth from the Bloomberg administration into the next administration. This led to the People's Roadmap, and in the 2013 roadmap, we identified 34 different proposals. 16 of them have been since introduced as legislation. If you voted for the 3 charter amendments, one of those charter amendments directly grew from the 34 proposals that we had put forth. 9 new pieces of legislation have been passed: data standards, the introduction of MODA into the city charter, getting the city charter online and available for free without any cost and not owned by a publishing corporation, the city record online in a machine-readable format that you can get at any location where you're at, and many public-private partnerships. This led to our foundation of our 4 freedoms: the freedom to connect, the freedom to learn, the freedom to innovate, and the freedom to collaborate. And over the last few years, we've been fortunate enough to continue to have strong leadership to get a number of pieces of legislation passed, which you can go to nyc.gov about and see the additional 8 pieces of legislation that have really strengthened them through 2015, 16, and 17. This process is an iterative process. We love agile, and we are working to make our government agile and making sure that our laws are agile. We then have been working with agencies, so we've worked with the Parks Department, love the parkies out here, to really think through how agencies can be better using data. We've been working with the Manhattan Borough President's Office and the CUNY Service Corps to empower a next generation of civic leaders that are coming from our public universities that are here in the city. To date, we've been educating 50 of them, which is quite a bit of an achievement. And thank you, Emily, for being the partner in the day-to-day operations. We've been able to produce some prototypes. Well, we would love to say that we have all of the resources in the world to make them full-fledged. We've done our darndest to make them fully functional prototypes that you can use every single day, but we still call them prototypes because we're still working on them. The first one that we were able to put together is in partnership with Microsoft, which uses Power BI, which is a very simple visualization of 3-in-1 data. And so there are 5 different versions of BoardStat, each roughly the same with the same features, where you can select your community board, a date range, and then see very simple visualizations of 3-in-1 data. This tool has helped us hold 311 and agencies accountable, so then we're able to go back to do it and go back to MODA and say, hey, we see some errors in the data, can you please correct this? And we're so fortunate to have an administration that listens to us and then works with us to make sure that the data is corrected. Through our conversations with community boards, we discovered that it's hard to bring in a few different data sets. One is the State Liquor Authority, the other is noise complaints, sidewalk cafes, and restaurant inspection scores. So if you're interested in finding noisy neighbors who have a sidewalk cafe or a liquor license, go to SLAM, and the little blue chips that are stacked on top of each other are your 311 service requests on a noisy liquor license or sidewalk cafe. And lastly, New York City, because it is so freaking big, has a very distributed form of government. We have 51 city council members, 59 community boards, we have 5 boroughs, each borough is its own county. There are a myriad of different types of administrative districts where there is somebody who's in charge that you probably can't find their name, telephone number, or email address, but you can find what district it is and then start using the telephone to find out who they are. So we created a tool called Boundaries Map that lets you overlay all of those different pieces of information. This past year, we've been working with the Computer Science for All to educate the next generation of civic hackers. So we're working with the Department of Education's middle school and high school program. And so far, we've done 3 events. We've educated 100 teachers in open data. We've had 1,500 students participate. And we are now in the process of doing 2 more in-school hackathons or borough hackathons in Manhattan and Brooklyn. And then we're going to City Hall. On April 17th, we're going to host the very first hackathon inside of New York City Hall, which is going to have our city's middle school and high school students who are learning computer science and articulate their needs, their concerns, their projects to city council members as well as community board members. And so to us, the last year and a half is kind of like winning a Grammy because we are just slogging through this. We're taking ideas, we're taking names, and we're just making our vision and putting it out there. And we love all of our collaborators who have helped us get there. So thank you. That's a little bit about BetaNYC and our story and how we get to NYC School of Data. So NYC School of Data. We are Care Bears. We care, and we have the power, and together we can fight all evil. So this is what I imagine NYC School of Data. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Fundamentally, we're a community conference. We focus on 4 areas: civics, design, tech, and data. This year, we are working on panels, workshops, and some office hours. Again, you need to have access to the internet to see the schedule. You will find the schedule at schoolofdata.nyc/schedule. Some data points for the day, and many of you registered very, very late and scared the crap out of the event organizers. So please don't do that again. So we have 492 ticket holders. Never before have we had so many ticket holders. 32% of the ticket holders have some type of government representation. Pronouns, this is very interesting. More people use the female pronoun than the male pronoun. And be conscientious about what pronouns you're using. 16 participants have used they. So, check yourself and check your own question of who and what gender somebody's representing themselves. 48 of you have agreed to share your information with our sponsors, so thank you very much. Cha-ching. We're going to have 37 sessions. 36. There's been 1 cancellation for the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. 105 speakers, 63 volunteers, which is crazy, and 18 sponsors and partners. So before we move forward, I just want to quickly talk about conduct and photo and consent. We have pretty much 2 rules, and then we have a whole code of conduct that you can read. First of all is be respectful to the voices that are in the room. Second, listen as much as you speak. Photo policy, this is something that we've been advocating and seeing at other tech events, and so please be respectful of that. Black is a general consent, so don't worry. When you're taking a photo of a group of people, please look out for red lanyards. Those people want to ask whether or not they want to be in your photo, and so please respect them. And please don't take any photos of children. If you have any questions or issues, you can come find myself, Lauren, who's downstairs, or Kate. She had her face in here. I think she went back out. The 3 of us will be able to address any issue on hand. We do this because we stand in solidarity with you today, tomorrow, and forever. And to do that, we've done this through the community. These are all the organizations that are represented today through just our speakers alone. Yeah, I did the small print intentionally. Please feel free. There we go. Thank them. Our sponsors who have graciously supported BetaNYC and supported this event, the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, Esri, who came in as a last-minute sponsor, Fund for the City of New York, IBM, is where our children are hanging out for the day, the Internet Society of New York, who's providing the live stream, Manhattan Borough President's Office, Gale A. Brewer, who gives us the space to do our daily operations, Microsoft Civic, who's been sponsoring the childcare for today, Mozilla, and Site Comply. So can we give a huge round of applause for financial sponsorship? Thank you. And as I said, we have a shitload of volunteers who are here today. So if you see anybody wearing a blue shirt, give them a thank you. Most of them have decided to work 2 hours, and some of them have decided to work 2 hours and donate some money for the event. So thank you, volunteers. We really appreciate the work that you're providing, the labor that you're providing, as well as some of the financial capital. I want to also give a huge shout out to our co-organizers, which is the first time that we've been, actually, let me rephrase this. We, this year, set out an objective, which was to bring more government representation to School of Data. And so we're very, very honored to have been able to work with MODA throughout School of Data, as well as Open Data Week. This year, we unified the submission process between both week-long events and the day events, and that way we were able to pick the best sessions that we wanted to see, where there were sessions that you submitted that were better represented to stand alone and to really have a dedicated event. We set forth to make sure that you would have a dedicated event. For those sessions that we saw that really needed to be part of a holistic, connected event, like through School of Data, we were able to pull that together. So I really want to give a huge thanks to the team at MODA for kind of taking, having some faith and taking the opportunity and taking the time to work some late nights to help plan School of Data and Open Data Week, as well as the leadership team at BetaNYC and some of our Civic Innovation Fellows who have been working for the last 6 weeks to really make sure that this event runs flawless. So thank you very much, Alex, Adrian, Ashley, Benjamin, Christian, Devin, Emily, Alana, Faraz, Farheen, Tim, Ishrat, Kate, Lauren, and Matsui. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. We wouldn't be able to be here for Galvanize. Do we have a Galvanize representative here? No? No? Okay. Galvanize, just as a quick plug, is a co-working space, but it's also a school. So if you're interested in data science, this is a great venue that is flexible. If you're a corporation that's looking for a place to have a co-working space, you'll see that there's many workspaces around here. Please don't disturb them. We've been given access to the public spaces. And so you can see if you're interested in hosting an event, they've been great event partners, and I want to give thanks to Galvanize. And now for our VIPs. First, we were able to bring Fatima down from Canada, and I'm going to let her give a little word.
So my name is Fatima. I'm a Code for Canada fellow working with Transport Canada on making the skies safer for drone pilots in Canada to fly within the regulations. But before that, I was here as a Microsoft Civic Tech fellow and then in Boston working for the city of Boston. So I'm super passionate about civic tech. Noel invited me to co-host the plenary sessions in the afternoon, so I'm super excited, happy to be here. Come chat.
So in the afternoon, after lunch, if you have any questions, Fatima is going to be running the Slido. Next up is John Paul Farmer from Microsoft Civic.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's amazing to see all of you here. As Noel mentioned, the biggest School of Data ever. Is this the biggest open data event that New York City's ever seen? It might be. It might be. I'm blown away. Quick story. I was down in Miami this week, and I'm not bragging. I was doing work, I promise. But it was sunny and beautiful, and I was able to get out on the water with the water keepers who focus on the issue of climate change that's affecting Miami. I think we all know that Miami is especially impacted. We're all impacted to a certain extent, but Miami is actually seeing an existential threat here. And yet, you've only got a portion of society today that's actually engaged on the issue. an incredibly important issue, but only a portion of society is engaged. And that's a problem. I look at open data as a solution, a set of tools that can help us solve problems. And again, we see a portion of society that's engaged, all of you, and a lot of people outside of this room. And every year, that portion of society that's engaged on this issue of open data and the power of open data and what open data can do to help us solve problems, that's growing. That's growing every single year. So I want to thank all of you for being here right now. Noel mentioned board stat earlier. We're really impressed by the work that BetaNYC and Manhattan Borough President Gale Brewer, who's walking in right now in the back, have been doing to empower community board members with the tools that help them understand 311 data in their neighborhoods, help them be more responsive to their constituents. I was just talking to Councilmember Koo about this, because at the end of the day, it's wonderful when people want to gain tech skills. We want to support that. We want more of that. But at the same time, we can't expect everyone to do that. People have lives. They've got demands. There are lots of reasons somebody wouldn't be able to manipulate the raw data. And so we need to deliver the tools like Power BI, this Microsoft platform, that allow BetaNYC and Gale and the community boards and the Civic Innovation Fellows to go out and support the really important work of these community boards. I was just in a meeting yesterday, actually, on corporate data philanthropy. We're really talking about what's the role for businesses in supporting this ecosystem where data is so powerful. And one of the ways that we've been able to do that in the past is working with fantastic nonprofits like BetaNYC, like DataKind. Who here knows DataKind? Raise your hand if you know DataKind. Awesome. If you don't, look them up. DataKind's an incredible nonprofit that matches data scientists and AI engineers with nonprofits and social impact organizations that can't afford those kinds of skills full time, but need that kind of help. And we've been working with DataKind over the last few years to make sure that the expertise, the platforms, the tools that Microsoft has available are connecting where they can have the most impact. And I want to make sure I invite all of you to a lunch and learn session that we're having this coming Wednesday. It's called Machine Eatable. And Matt Stempek, is Matt in the room? Not yet. Well, Matt Stempek was on our team at Microsoft Cities along with Fatima a few years back, and it was his brainchild to create this monthly lunch and learn series. And we were really excited to make sure this happens during Open Data Week, so we can include it in the roster of events that MODA and others have put together, so that all of you can come to Civic Hall, 12:30 on Wednesday, for Machine Eatable, and hear about some of the amazing ways that data, open data, data science are solving problems today. We're really excited to be here today. I'm impressed by the turnout, I gotta say. This is incredible. I'm gonna be around all day, so please say hello. And once again, thanks to BetaNYC for pulling us together. Thank you.
Thanks, John, for all of your support. I don't think we have been able to do all of these School of Datas if it wasn't for Microsoft Civic contributing, so thank you. I'm really happy to bring up our city's third CTO, Albi Bocanegra, who's going to be talking about some of the amazing efforts that the city is pioneering and being the leader on in protecting our privacy.
Hey, morning everybody. So I'm Albi Bocanegra, and I'm happy to say that I am not the smartest person in this room, and I'm stoked about that. So that's not imposter syndrome. That's like me having eyeballs and being able to know what I'm surrounded with. So really excited about that. So a little bit about what I do is I'll give you just a quick snapshot. Is I run a small office of a team of really smart, scrappy civic technologists that really put residents at the center of tech. So one of my responsibilities, or one of the things I do, is I look at emerging technology and next-gen connectivity, because connectivity is part of my role, and look at how that impacts residents and how we can also leverage some of those technologies to improve their lives. But sometimes when you have some of that connectivity, it comes with some threats. And so one of the efforts that happens out of my office is what Noel was alluding to, which we signed a partnership, or we came into a partnership with the city of Barcelona and the city of Amsterdam, and we formed the coalition, the city's coalition for digital rights. So if you want to know more, I'll give you the brief snapshot, but if you want to know more, it's citiesfordigitalrights.org. But really the focus of that is ensuring that the residents have the power to control their digital lives, And so we're really, really focused on transparency, accountability, and with that comes the power of data and how we leverage that to empower residents. Because when I go to these big tech conferences and they see my title as a CTO, everyone in the room really wants to hear about how we're using cool widgets to make sure that everything's connected and things are moving quickly. And so when I get to the podium and they say, well, Albie, what makes a city a smart city? And I start talking about people, people start freaking out and they're like, wait a minute, we're trying to sell more widgets. Albie, tell us about how widgets make cities smart. And so really my focus is about how people make a city smart and how groups like BetaNYC and how important having open data programs are in the city, because in my opinion, without work like this and without open data laws, we can't even begin to talk about a city being smart. And so that's the type of work that I get to do, which makes my job super exciting. And I get to engage with groups like BetaNYC, and I get amazing partners like the team at MODA. And so, it makes my job really exciting. And it also makes me super happy to know that we have elected officials, like the ones in the room, that are really behind this, because that gives it the horsepower that it needs. And so without that, no one solves this alone, right? Like, local government doesn't solve this alone, NGOs don't solve this alone, academia doesn't solve this alone. So it's the convening and the collaboration that gives us the opportunity to get it right. It used to be about who gets it first and who does it faster. To me, in my opinion, it's about who gets it right. And I think that's the superpower of New York, is we're more interested in getting it right and getting there together versus getting it first and doing it cooler. So really excited to be here. I'd love to chat with anyone about our city's Coalition for Digital Rights and really about how that, what kind of an impact that has for folks that are just here every day. Those of us in the room really understand the importance of that, but I'm concerned about everyday New Yorkers, people walking around, and what that means, and when connecting to, and now with the future of 5G, when connecting to things, what that means for them. And so, I'm here happy to discuss. I'm going to stick around most of the morning. And yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Awesome. And now we have, are you the third Chief Analytics Officer as well? The latest and greatest addition to the city's tech leadership team. We're iterating, yeah. After almost a year-long absence in this particular position, we're so happy that we have really strong leadership at the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, and been very fortunate around. For those of you who are in this hallway, you may want to just come on down and scoot on in. I see that there's a bunch of people in this hallway they're just now getting super stacked. But I actually do want to say, Kelly, it's been great to meet with you. Since you've come in, you've really taken all of our concerns to heart, and worked to make sure that they're on the agenda that you're focused on. And thank you for coming to Gale's office with Jeff from the Director of Operations to kind of talk about the future of technology. And so I'm really looking forward to working with Albie and yourself for the next 2 years, hopefully more. And with that, I want to bring Kelly up to say a few words.
All right, we're going to do an activity because it's Saturday morning. If you could all please stand up. All right, put both of your hands in the air. Really stretch. Really high. This is live streaming. If you're at home, do this too. All right, so I don't think you all are really putting your hands up high enough, so just on three, okay? 1, 2, 3 together. All right, the point of this exercise is you can always reach a little bit higher. You can also do it. Thank you all for having us and for coming in today. It is hard to believe it's actually been 4.5 months since I started here at the city. I had a very different first week than many folks may have in terms of orientation. I actually had to testify to City Council on the city's open data law, and so got to know Councilmember Koo, who's here today and will be speaking a little bit later, as well as his fantastic team. I am here not just to get you all jazzed up for the rest of today, but also to talk about Open Data Week. So today kicks off what is really over 45 sessions across all 5 boroughs. And what is really, really exciting about this particular Open Data Week is that we have over 20 city agencies represented. If there are any city agency or open data coordinators here in the room, can you raise your hand? All right, give them a hand. I really wanted to call them out because when I think about government and I think about good government, I think about actual public engagement and civic engagement. And that means that you all can come talk to us and can come see us and talk about what your thoughts are, how we're doing. And so I will also plug that Adrian, myself, we are hosting a town hall today at 11:30. Please swing by if you want to talk more about the office, about the work that we're doing, and hear a bit of a preview of what's up ahead. So I want to now roll into thank yous and hopefully not take up too much more of everyone's time. I think just to reciprocate some of the notes that Noel had said just now, the work that we do here at the city, there's so many people to thank, but BetaNYC, in partnership with so many of the organizations that you all have heard of and will continue to hear from, they have really been spearheading and been a cornerstone for the work. School of Data and the fact that Open Data Week exists itself would not be possible without Noel and the broader leadership team. So just a huge thank you again to you guys. And I will continue to keep embarrassing folks here in the room. So many of you know Adrian Schmoker, who also has had a huge hand in this work in moving the open data program forward. And I think if there's anything to note about not just work in government, but in this space in particular, is that it's not just about dreaming and about ideas, but it's about implementation. And it's about how do we actually put into practice what we're saying day to day. Adrienne has taken on, really proud, she's taken on the Deputy Chief Analytics Officer role within the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics and for the city. And all of this work is just incredible, and she's not looking up. If Adrienne can raise her hand right there, she's wonderful. All right, I could keep rolling and rolling with thank yous, but I will close out to say that I have a stack of thank you certificates from the mayor for folks here in the room who've been a part of the broader planning sessions and logistics. I just want to know, I'm not going to read through every single name here, but just a few to note. Ashley Cortez, Lauren Renee, Kate Nicholson, Emily Goldman, and Devin Balkind. And last but not never least, Noel Hidalgo. I have a stack of these certificates. Thank you.
I love these certificates. I wish city council members had the same franking privileges that the mayor had, so that way we could, yeah, yeah, you guys have, thank you. Before, I don't know where Councilmember Kalos is. I know that he had an event right before this, but he seems to be running a little bit late. But, so we may have to skip him until he shows up. But I do want to echo Kelly's words about Adrian. Not to double on this, but Adrian, and I think it's appropriate to recognize Adrian in this audience, because I met Adrian when Jackie Liu, who was in here. Where's Jackie? Jackie's going to be doing a presentation. She was the Chief Analytics Officer at the Parks Department and had saw the events that we were putting on and the curriculum that we were starting to develop with Gale's office. And Jackie says, I have this crazy idea. We did this trees count crowdsourced event where in 2014, 2015, we got New Yorkers to go out and to hug trees, street trees. How many of you participated in the tree count census? All right, a few of you. When it comes around, because it's a decennial program, you should take a look and sign up, because you get to go out and hug street trees. And if you don't know, trees are a very important part to our quality of life. They clean our air, they give us shade, they give us allergies in the spring. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to use them to lock our bicycles, but please don't do that. For the film and television department, it gives them an opportunity to inappropriately and illegally park up no parking signs. But street trees are very, very important. As we deal with climate change, they're absorbing more of the rainwater that we're dealing with. And so Jackie and the Parks Department wanted to go out and do this process to crowdsourcing and hugging street trees, finding out what's going on with the trees. And she wanted to do it through this hackathon. And Adrian comes in, working then at the CTO's office, and was like, yeah, we need to be doing this for all these different agencies. And so helped shepherd the CTO's team with the Parks Department to help stand up the data jam. And then subsequently, she was detailed to MODA when Amin was around. And Adrian has become a dedicated partner in making sure that the city's open data portal is the best that it possibly could be. And so as we went through the conversations of improving and thinking through how to improve the city's open data law, Adrian was a quiet advocate on the inside, making sure that all of our voices as users were represented. And she fought for the user, and she continues to fight for the user. And so it's been a real pleasure to work with you as a partner in all of your different positions inside of city government. And I look forward for you to continue to be there and hopefully be a director of an agency someday, if not a city council member someday. Thank you, Adrian. So, Councilmember Kalos hasn't arrived yet, so I texted him too. He doesn't respond to my text messages anymore. Does he respond to yours? Yeah. Yeah. Should I just start saying, I'm Ben, where are you? Signed Gale? Like, just start impersonating? Yeah? Okay. Another great partner who has recently taken over the technology committee and his staff, who I want to, Elaine, thank you for all of the work that you've done as the chief of staff to Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Koo has recently become the chair of the technology committee over the last, a year and a half here, and walked in, took over from Jimmy Vaca and said, what do we need to do? Technology committee's here. Gale pretty much did the same thing. Vaca did the same thing. And it's been great to have another city council member who pretty much says, what does this chairmanship need to do in oversight for Do It in regards to the city's open data policy? So thank you for all of your great work and employing a great staff and saying, what do I need to do? Thank you. So come on up, and I'd love for you to say a few words. Thank you.
Let's give Noel a big round of applause. I have been to many meetings, but I think he's one of the most entertaining MCs, right? And when I see all of you, I see the future of America, you know? Especially many of you know so much in technology, data, and all these other important things to make New York City one of the high-tech cities in the world. Yeah. And I want to say thank you to John Paul, Kelly, Albie, and all the volunteers and all the speakers, and the whole BetaNYC team for many contributions to our community. So welcome everyone to Open Data Week and the NYC School of Data. This week is a really exciting time for the tech community as we explore how to best make use of this endless supply of usable data available here in the city of New York. We're here to make sure this extremely valuable resource not only works to serve the tech community, but it also serves the best interests of the people, businesses, infrastructure, and society of the New York City and beyond. This week, I was with BetaNYC at a small gathering at the Frustrating Library in my district, where we simply taught our local community board members on how to use open data. This is exactly what open data should be a resource for local government by making civic engagement easier. In City Council, we have made great strides, and there's more on the horizon. I was proud to pass legislation that will make more of our data and agency reports machine readable so that it can be more easily digitized. With the strong advocacy of Manhattan Borough President Gale Brewer, we passed a resolution demanding more protections for public television networks. Finally, we are very excited to officially codify the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics into the city charter, which will provide our city with a firm advocate on behalf of open data in perpetuity. Okay? Yeah. And in 2019, we are even more on the horizon. In April, we will expand on an extremely important aspect of open data when we will host an oversight hearing on how the city uses its algorithms to gather information and make decisions. This is critical information that affects everything from school zoning to financial models. It is essential that we have full transparency on this process. I look forward to hearing from you for your input on this and more. I hope we will continue to expand on our achievements together. And I thank you for having today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. We are, just to echo that one word, how you ended, we are at a very special time period. How many of you know about the ADS task force, the Automated Decision-Making Task Force that New York City has? Not too many of you. How many of you know about the algorithms that show up on Facebook and Twitter and that tell you about Amazon reporting and all that other stuff? You know that there's algorithms that do and tell you and encourage you to do certain things. Well, New York City government and all governments use algorithms. Those algorithms help them make decisions, like where schools are placed, how many teachers need to go there, where firehouses are located. If you're part of the public housing system, that you get 2 or 3 opportunities, maybe 2 opportunities to figure out where you live. After that, you're actually kicked out of public housing. You don't have an opportunity. If you are sentenced, if you unfortunately find yourself as part of the criminal justice system, and you need parole, and there's going to be a conversation about this, about Compass, and hosted by Legal Aid Society. If one small checkbox is incorrectly checked, you could not find yourself free. These are all determined, all of these different systems, firehouses, where your kids go to school, where fire department allocation is put together, where police department allocation, they're all determined by algorithms, and they're in a black box. Our criminal justice system, black box. We have a task force that can help bring transparency to these black boxes. And this process is known through the Automated Decision-Making Task Force, the ADS Task Force. Kelly is now the co-chair of that task force. If you're interested in how that task force is going to operate and they have reports that are going to be coming out and they need to do civic engagement, go to the town hall. If you're a developer and you're really concerned about making sure that you don't fuck up somebody's life and leave them incarcerated for longer, go take a look at the session that's hosted by the Legal Aid Society and talking about Compass. You'll actually be able to engage with someone who was incarcerated and who was locked away for an extended time period because of a non-transparent algorithm. So these are really important opportunities for us to change our future. Councilmember Koo is essentially going to be hosting the venue where we can make sure that our voices are registered inside a city council so that way he can help lead the transparency of algorithms. So thank you, Councilmember Koo. We really appreciate it. This is super important stuff, right? Our future really fucking depends upon it. And speaking about our future, it has been an absolute honor to be able to pave this future with our Manhattan Borough President. She hates superlatives, so she just wants to get up on stage. But Gale, thank you for giving BetaNYC a home and recognizing the opportunity to work with a bunch of punks and anarchists who want to have fun. So.
You know, something must be wrong with Ben Kalos's cell phone, because not only does he always get back to me, but he's always bugging me. So I don't know what's going on, but something, he'll appear. Anyway, I am honored to be here. I want to thank Albie and Kelly, as well as Noel, Emily, and the students. Where are the BetaNYC students? Are you here, or are you just working downstairs? But I really want to thank you, because I know that we hear a lot about BetaNYC, but I think this is your 4th year of working with the CUNY students, and obviously it's the 7th year of Open Data Week. But the students who have come through, thanks to the good leadership of Noel and Emily and Aldrin and others in our office, they're really special. They're from all over the world. They have an interest in technology. They have an interest in making sure that our city and our country and our world are a better place. And obviously technology helps, but we learn from them more than they learn from us. So I just want to thank the students in particular. They're very special. Now, I always have stories. I want to give you one the other day I could not imagine. It's sort of tech related, but it is certainly where the world is at. So one of the community boards wanted to have a discussion about the state legislation that might pass on whether marijuana should be legal. You know, this is an issue particularly regarding criminal justice now, criminal justice in the future, etc. Guess who showed up? Every single company that's interested in making sure they make money over on cannabis. So the room was full, but not with anything to do with criminal justice. So it's a complicated city, because the community board had no idea how to handle this situation except to ask them all to leave and to say that they were more interested in the discussion about whether people have rights and so on and so on and so forth. Anyway, so it's a very complicated city. So when you think about how are we going to approach data to help New York City and the residents, everything has another aspect to it. It's never exactly clear as to what the outcome is going to be. That was a real shock. There were 400 people who showed up. The second thing I want to say is, just in terms of the immediate future, is the census. Because I'm sure that you are aware that by April 1st, 2020, we all have to be counted. And we all know that it's going to be online. And without getting into all the specifics, we did go to, as an office, and took community board and other interested parties to Providence, Rhode Island, because it's the only test site online that this country produced. And we know that in 2020, with questionable what kind of questions are on the survey, and I would say 10 years ago there were about 800 people hired, and this time the federal government's only going to give us money for 300. The city and the state will put in some funds, but to think in the back of your mind today and in the future, how can the work that you're doing be able to reach those folks who are not necessarily going to sign up for all the reasons you can imagine. You can be a senior, you can be undocumented, et cetera. Every penny that we get from the federal government is based on the census. And less money means less support for the residents of New York. So the census is important. The second thing, which is idea more than specific, is the New York City Charter. So as we sit here today, there is a 2019 charter. It includes representatives from all levels of government on the city level, and it will be on the ballot November 2019 in all 5 boroughs. And you might say, what in the world is going on with the charter? You can certainly go to Charter 2019, but there may be aspects. There's lots of opportunities for hearings and input. Jim Karras in our office, General Counsel, is probably more knowledgeable about the charter than anybody else in New York City because he had 21 years in the City Council as General Counsel. So I mention that because these are 2 very specific items that are taking place now in terms of policy, and they all have an open government, technology, policy aspect to them, and they really, really need your help. NYCs. There are so many challenges on many levels, but just to give you an example of how much your open data philosophy, each and every one of you have contributed to the notion that government has to be transparent. You may not know that you're the one that did that, but if it wasn't for everybody here, then open government transparency would not be on the agenda. It is on the agenda because of you. And I mean that sincerely. NYCs is a mess, we know that. There's a lot of folks trying to work on it, but Catherine Garcia, who was Sanitation Commissioner, now 90 days at NYCs, and she's terrific. For those of you who don't know her, she herself is transparent, responsible, and innovative. So she walked in, and the first thing she saw, just in terms of lack of transparency, is that the resident leaders, and I spent a great deal of time at NYCs. I think I know all the resident leaders in Manhattan, and there are a lot of them. They get from the federal government, depending on how many units they have, a little bit of money to work on family days, maybe getting turkeys at Thanksgiving, et cetera, to help the residents. They have no idea how much is in their account. They have no idea when they try to order bouncies and face painting and so on for the children at family days, what exactly is left. So something simple like putting online information about what we call TPS. That had never been done. They're ecstatic. Number 2, we know that at 311, we know how to call, we know text, we know how to send a photo and so on, and we can get with a case number where our info complaint is in terms of the process, more or less. I could improve it, but it's pretty good. NYCs residents call a completely different number. It's called the CCC, Centralized Complaint, and they have no idea. So she's going to do the same thing for them that 311 has. Now that's transparency. But it's because of you, because of everyone in this room, particularly for people who are low income, deserve the same kind of transparency that every single government should be producing. And I think we should not forget that folks in the criminal justice system, for instance, people who are disabled, for instance, and people who are marginalized in different ways, we need to always be thinking, how can open government and all the work that you do, open data particularly, be of assistance? When I go to high schools, I'm trying to think, oh God, what am I gonna say to students? You know, my kids are older, I'm older, I know the first thing to say now. The only thing is food at the school, that's always one issue. And I know how to handle that one. But the other one is, would you like to see free Wi-Fi in the neighborhoods? And every single hand goes up. So that's an example of, again, how would we be able to be of assistance to young people in particular who don't have the funding to be able to get the Wi-Fi at home. The library is packed. Every seat is taken, 20 minutes on the computer, et cetera. You know the deal. And I only have the funding for a cell phone, not for a computer. I live in a development, NYCs, the walls are thick, wireless is hard. all the things that you know only too well. So these are the kinds of challenges that are not easy to address. Now, Noel and Emily and the folks with the CUNY students at BetaNYC have been trying to work with the community board. I see one. How many community board members are here? I see one right over here, 2, 3. Okay, so there's 4 or 5. How many people have been to a community board meeting? Okay, quite a few. So community boards, I'm a big supporter. There are 59 in New York, 12 in Manhattan. And so it has always been my idea, if you have all this data, it has to get to people who need it. And people don't care. I hate to say, if you live in Manhattan, I don't care what goes on in Brooklyn, and nor does anybody else in Manhattan. And people who live on 86th Street don't give a darn what goes on 23rd Street, that I can tell you. And people on 110th Street don't care what goes on at 168th Street. People want to know what's going on in their neighborhood. And the great thing about New York is we care desperately about our neighborhoods. You know, even if we're there for a short period, or like me, you're there forever, you want to know what's going on in your neighborhood. And so the issue for me has always been taking this open data and letting people know what's going on in their neighborhood. It's hard to do. I mean, I know that we have the data, making it real time, making it accessible. And so that's what, between data science, data analytics, we have been trying to do that. And to the credit of the work that BetaNYC, whether it's board stat or trying to figure out how you can have the State Liquor Authority, you'll hear more about this later, having their information, because people do care about the noise, or as a small business owner, market share, all the things that go on in a neighborhood, bicycle transportation, all these topics. People want to know what is in my area. How many summonses are given? What is the status of the potholes? What's the status of parking? What's the status of this, everything in my neighborhood, the heat, the hot water, all those things. So it is easier said than done. And so to the credit of BetaNYC, they've been working with students and trying to get the community board so that you can walk into a meeting like this. This is often the size of a community board meeting if there's a hot issue, and be able to explain to people what it is that is going on that is creating this discussion, whether it's a rezoning or just a bar that wants to locate, and all the challenges, and why it's a good thing to have the bar because there haven't been a lot of complaints, or whether it's a bad thing because there have been complaints. But only in my area is what I want to know. So I say all of this because having this data is great, but getting it to that level where it is both accessible, even getting the community boards to be located, having their meetings in places where there's internet connection, even that's an issue, because they have to go where it's low and inexpensive and where a lot of people can fit. And believe it or not, in the neighborhood, sometimes even that is a challenge. So I'm just giving you the challenging news, even though there's a lot of good news, because the data is slowly getting to be accessible, and that's our goal. So we are working in the Borough President's Office. March 6th, we're having the Manhattan Hack League. It's a borough-wide competition for high school students. Students will use the Open Data Portal to identify civic problems and create solutions, and then present to a panel of judges. And then at City Hall on April 17th, the same thing will happen on a citywide competition. We can't do enough of this to be able to make sure that young people feel that they have a role in the future of open data, and then it can be good for them. I also want to just mention, I know when we talk about smart city, that's what the data is also supposed to be used for, and I think that's what the wonderful folks at City Hall are trying to figure out. We want to know, for instance, I know that nonprofits are saying, we can tell you what the heat is in your apartment if it's on or off, so that when the inspector comes and says it was off it was on when they showed up, you have the real data to show that it was off previously. That kind of information gives people in the neighborhood hope that the data can be there for them. And that's not something that is as clear until you make it very, very usable. So we're also trying to use LoRa in our office, trying to figure out how we can get the wireless standard so that it's accessible to people, and the same thing with NYC Mesh. I think that you can hear more from Daniel, who's standing right over there, to talk about these things. How can you get the low-cost accessibility for contact so that people can have a network that's accessible and affordable? Because so much of the contact through the larger companies is too expensive for so many New Yorkers. So I'm here to say that it's an exciting time in New York. I'm really excited about the folks who are at City Hall trying to we have 80 city agencies. The only budgets that are larger, United States, State of California, State of New York, and then New York City. So we're bigger than every other state, and we're bigger than half the countries in the world. So when people get upset that things aren't moving quickly, just remember all of this, that it is a very large, very complicated city. But we have to keep pushing to make sure that the people who have least access have the ability to use this data for their families and their needs. Thank you very much.
Now, does everybody know why Gale Brewer is so awesome? Like, just to context. 10 minutes. Well, we'll have another session in 10 minutes. So I'm sorry, Ben. Next year. Gale is so awesome that she was part of the Charter Revision Commission back in '89 that made sure that COPIC existed. Right? They made sure that the public advocate existed. Has sat here, fought here, walked here, attended every single meeting in Manhattan, seemingly, to ensure that we have the best city possible. And it is a great honor to have her as our fairy godmother for Civic Tech. She is an amazing, dedicated civil servant, and it has been an absolute honor to work in her shadow over the last few years and to have her support for this ecosystem that we are all a part of. So thank you, Gale, for being here and your dedicated support. She hates compliments, but I still love Gale. As I said, we are running close to time. We're actually 2 minutes over right now, so I'm going to very quickly walk through the logistics. The first thing is, if you use the slide, what's the name of the app? Sketch. NYC So Data, you want to look for event map. This is a very cavernous space. We have 15 minutes between each session. Just to contextualize this, you are here, plenary room, at the very bottom. And so you're at the bottom in the plenary room. There are two hallways to get to the sessions. One is the main hallway that you primarily came down, which is here, and then the other hallway is over there. These hallways are pretty much the two hallways that you want to go back to Union Square, which is where the cafe was located, and then there's some event space that surrounds that. Restrooms are shortly after that. Where you came up the set of stairs, you will be able to walk back to CH, which is Carnegie Hall, and Radio City. Events that are in the plenary room, which is this room here, Carnegie Hall, and Radio City, are going to be recorded. So please be mindful if you don't want your presence recorded. Please be mindful of the camera placement. Sit back. Those of you who are speakers, after lunch, Jolly is open to recording your presentation, but overall, sessions that are happening in Game Room, Hudson Square, FP, Friedman Plaza, and Strawberry Fields are not going to be recorded. For those of you who have children over in the IBM room, feel free to check in on them, though the sitter should have told you, just let them be. They're going to be having fun all day, and we really have to thank Microsoft Cities and IBM for ensuring that we have professional sitters at Sitter Studio. please feel free to procreate as much as possible. Bring them here to the event. We want to make sure that all of you have an opportunity. Those of you who have corporations and have some extra cash who want to help sponsor the child care, it's not cheap, but we're happy to do that. So think about sponsoring this event next year. And Ben, you can say 2 things because you're so late and we're running over time.
Thank you to Noel and BetaNYC for the School of Data. I just wanted to come express my support. I'm so grateful to our Borough President, Gale Brewer, who created open data. And I just came here with a challenge to everyone in this room. Please beat the hell out of the New York City Open Data Portal. Use the data, analyze it, tell us stories that can help us improve city services. Email the ideas to policy@benkalos, or you can tweet them to any platform @benkalos. And also, so like, let's just change our city using open data. That's 1. 2, data is messy. As you are going through the data, if there are things you would like to see fixed about it, how the data is entered, how it is normalized, what have you, please also send me those suggestions. I think we can use open data and everything you learned today to make our city a better place. Thank you.
Ben is also an open source developer, so I want to give huge thanks to that. I know I'm short. Thank you, Ben, for showing here. Ben, will you be able to at least kind of like stay in the cafe space afterward? So Ben's an open source developer, open technology advocate. He's got a bunch of great ideas. Please engage with him in the cafe afterward. It's great. He's one of the few people who really understand technology in the city. This whole lineup that we have right here understands the pressing needs. So Ben, thanks for showing your support and being here. We really appreciate it. So you're about to kick off a series of panel, workshop, and office hours. You have... When do the next set of sessions start? Can anybody? And next sessions start at 11:30. For just so that means that there's 8 minutes left. So if you're doing sessions in the rooms that are being recorded, please introduce your session, introduce your panel for the camera. Otherwise, we're going to do a first set of sessions. We're going to have lunch. Lunch should happen. Please feel free to take food and scatter around the place. There's around 400 of you total that are going to be here, so don't feel confined to the cafe space. After lunch, we're going to do some technology demonstrations on some open technology in the cafe. Afterward, after the 3 afternoon plenary sessions or the after lunch plenary sessions, we're going to meet back in the cafe space for a Civic Pechacucha. We have 7 lightning talks that are representative of the community, going to be hosted by Matt Stempek. We'll have some beer and wine and snacks. Yeah, so have a great day. Look forward to seeing you on Twitter. And yeah, hack the planet. Huh? Oh, yeah. Gale.
Hey, you were a topic of conversation. Everyone's like, call people in back. Don't fall like to be in back.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we have a professional photographer.
Go Canadians.
Gale, come back.
One more photo.
Hashtag Tech Committee Council. Thank you. I love harassing.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Hi.
Do you know each other or no? I can vouch for Jeannie. She's amazing.
Okay, great. Hi. I'm glad. hello. Hello.
Okay.
And
So
then
they can hold and pass.
Hello. All right. Can we pass them wireless to the ones who are going to be at that end?
Okay.
And then the wired ones are for whoever's going to be here.
I'm gonna be here.
Okay. Are you going to be standing?
Probably.
Okay. Well then,
All right. Okay.
I have this. All right. Do you want to do the introduction of the panel yourself?
No, you do.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
This is your. Guys, if you're on this side, you want to come over just so that we can.
Oh, these reserved seats. We can. The VIPs have all left, so feel free to take this front row, so that way it's more intimate. Sorry to make you all move, but feel free to just move this. Hey, nope, you can put it right there and then go back to what you were doing. Great. So, Pam, are we good with their widescreen? Yeah? Okay. All right. Am I in a good spot? Okay. Hello, live stream again. Welcome back to the show. This is the last panel that I'll be introducing, but it's a real honor to bring, and I hate to stand in front of them, but these are some of my colleagues from a research institution that I'm affiliated with called Data and Society. I was a former fellow there, and they helped kick off the workshops that we've been doing at BetaNYC and around open data. They were instrumental in giving us a space to experiment and to think about how elected officials in government could be trained about open data. So it's a real pleasure to have those colleagues here. This session is going to be on building anti-racist solidarity networks in technology. It's going to be primarily moderated through Matali, and I'm going to let the panel then go through and do the rest of the introductions because we've had a little bit of a change.
Perfect. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming out in the snow. We really appreciate you being here for our conversation. We are not going to do two things. We're not going to solve racism. And we're also not going to do magic. So those are the two things we're not doing. What we do hope to do, though, is to have just a little bit. What we do hope to do, my colleague Rico is setting the stage so that we are all protected and sound in this conversation. But what we are going to do is speak a little bit about ourselves, the work that we do, and the role that race and identity plays in our lives in technologies. So my name is Matali Nkonde. I'm a fellow at Data and Society, the same fellowship that Noel was on. And my work really centers around developing federal tech policy for Silicon Valley. And I got into that absolutely by mistake through looking at diversity and inclusion with a nonprofit called Black Girls Code, did some work with them as their Google liaison, and really understood very quickly that the people that make decisions within technology companies are engineers. And many of those engineers do not even have that it's not really about lived experience. It's really more about not having an understanding of how structural and interpersonal racism impacts the lives of people of color, specifically anti-Blackness. And so that became a real fascination in how technologies are built. That became a conversation around around ethical use and building of technology and design and bias, and eventually became a much more robust conversation, which I'm really pleased to say that Nancy Pelosi has taken on around how are we going to regulate these technologies so that they don't, one, kill us, or number two, give us the president of Indonesia as opposed to a president that we vote for. But that was all by mistake. And it was really despite me being Black rather than because of me being Black that I was able to make some of those career moves. So what I'm hoping in this conversation is that we can offer some windows and potentially put down some ladders for folks who are coming from minoritized spaces, and then free up non-Black people, non-people of color to really understand what it is to be an ally and to really understand what anti-racism can and should look like, and then hopefully build community with the people in this room. So I am now officially the moderator. Oh God. And I'm echoing. I am now officially the moderator. If you want to speak to me more about my career or just hear more about me generally, find me afterwards, because this conversation is really one that I'm putting across to my amazing, amazing colleagues. So the first thing I'm going to ask, starting at the end, with...
I want to give this to you, pass the note. Sorry, Macaulay, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, it's cool. Actually, I'm going to switch up because I want you to talk about this first, Rico. So what I'm now going to do is pass over the conversation and hope that we get into some of the issues that you have, and we'll certainly have time for questions. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce my three colleagues. We are all from Data and Society Research Institute. The first is Rico Lera. I'm sorry. Roberto? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Sorry. Jesse Daniels, Anitrajan Krishnaswamy. Okay, my name is Mitali Conde. So when I can't say names, that means no one can say names because no one can say my name. So Rico, I'd really like to start with you. If you could just introduce yourself more fully and then set the stage for us. And then Jesse, on to you, and then the same question.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Mic check. Check, check, check. Okay. Thank you, Mutale, for... Is this good? Can you hear me? This is better? Okay. Thank you, Mutale, for making that introduction and bringing us together for this panel. You wanted us to start with kind of our origin story and laying that groundwork down. What I've done here is created just an altar of some of my most sacred objects as a means, as an entry point to tell you, share with you who I am and what my origin is. I am a first-generation college graduate, originally born in central Mexico, raised in Ohlone territory, otherwise known as the San Francisco Bay Area, by ways of the Great Lakes region where I went to school, and now here in where the Hudson River diverges, otherwise known as Manhattan or New York City. My pathway to technology and to these kind of spaces, these kind of places, these kind of buildings, these kind of conversations, is not linear at all. I am actually very against the language of pipelines, whether they're leaky or not. I don't ever want to be placed in a pipeline. Don't put me through a pipeline. Don't talk to me about pipelines. I am adamantly against linear systems of constraining people of color, queer people of color, just to end up at institutions that are going to keep us very unsafe. And so what I've done here, because I always walk around with medicine, I always walk around with protection, is just set the stage for my own protection, but also for the protection of my colleagues, and also for the protection of the audience. Now, what does that mean? What am I trying to do? These objects represent my origin, and all of them were gifts to me. And so instead of telling you who I am showing you who I am. And these kind of exchanges and these kind of gift economies are exactly the kind of medicine that I am working on bringing into the technology space. So present here is a mazorca, which was gifted to me by my friend Roy Baisan. This comes from Puebla. Most Mexicans and indigenous people here in New York City are Poblanos. The raven feather belongs to my grandmother, and it was gifted to me by Sandy, who was her previous crow. She's been raising crows ever since I was a child, teaching them to speak. The white sage is for protection, and the crystal is to cut through all the bullshit that we always tend to find in these kind of conversations around diversity and inclusion in places and institutions that actually don't really want us here, but they just pretend that they do. And so a lot of what I've been talking to Mutali about, and Jesse and Atarashan, is how do we want to show up when we are invited to spaces like this? How do we want to continue to show up when we actually do get these jobs and these positions? And so I want to show up with medicine, and I want our exchange to be reciprocal so that you're not just taking my story. And in fact, we establish a line of trust within the time we have together to make that exchange. So just setting the tone here for the rest of our conversation. Yeah.
So thank you for that. That's really important, but I know that when I was at Google, if I had if I turn up in such an authentic way, that might not have been safe for me, and I think that's something that we need to acknowledge in this space also. So Jesse, as you tell your origin story, certainly your personal origin story, but I would be really interested to find out how you got into technology and what a display of us showing up as ourselves signals to white power structures, and maybe we'll get into more of a conversation, but I think that's a good start.
Yeah, so thanks Noel and Mutali for inviting me here today. I just want to start out by saying that I come from a family of settler colonialists, and my family is on the wrong side of history, and part of the what I find meaningful in my life is trying to do some reckoning with that. And part of the way that I did that early on was I was in graduate school. You know, nothing happens by accident. I believe I had started a dissertation studying the Klan. This was back in the 80s and 90s, and so this was all in print publications. And I was midway through dissertation on studying the Klan, and quite by accident pulled a book off a shelf and found that through a series of family connections that my grandfather on my father's side had been in the Klan. And my family reacted in this sort of blasé, what's the big deal? They were just trying to help people kind of way. And I was shaken to my core by that revelation in my own family history, even though I was studying these groups. And that led me to a personal reckoning in which I changed my given name and my family name. I was born Suzanne Harper. I changed my name to Jessie Daniels after Jessie Daniel Ames, who was a anti-racist activist in Texas, which is where I'm from originally, and she started something called the Association of Southern Women for the Prevention of Lynching. So my name change was really in honor of her work. I continue the work on white supremacy throughout my career, so I've been doing that about 25 years now. And part of that is what led me to this interest in technology. There's another narrative there too, but what I watched happen in the white supremacist movement was that they were what I'm calling innovation opportunists. They saw the potential of the internet for their movement early on, well before any of us on the left really saw it, and jumped on that opportunity as they saw it with the internet. The other thing that was happening is I got my first job as an academic. I'm a professor of sociology in my day job, and for this year I'm at Data and Society as a faculty fellow. But in the late 1990s, I was teaching for the first time on a tenure-track job at a school on Long Island, and I took my students from a regular sociology, race, and ethnicity class into the computer lab, and this was before Google, so one dialed up Alta Vista probably, and the other one dialed up Netscape, and two students, one of them typed in kkk.com and the other one typed in Martin Luther King, and they both ended up at white supremacist sites. And that experience led me to wonder how to study white supremacy online, and that became my second book, which is called Cyber Racism. And so I feel like really my career and my adult life has been these sort of two threads of studying racism and trying to deal with it on a really personal level, and also dealing with technology. It was soon after I had this experience in the lab at this university on Long Island that the guy who was the chair of my department at the time said, "Jessie, why are you studying the internet? It's a fad. And besides, you're using it in the classroom and it's making the students cry. You've got to stop." And I said, I think I need to go somewhere else. And I left academia and went to work in the .com world for a while, and would probably still be there because I had a press pass and got to play on the internet all day. But you know, fortunately, again, I don't think things happen by accident. I got laid off and came back into academia and continue the work I'm doing there.
Yes, thank you. And Natarajan, if you wouldn't mind just giving us your background and how you got into technology.
Hi, I'm Natarajan Krishnaswamy. I'm a cis gay man. I'm Indian American Tamil. I was born in Ohio and grew up in the South. So that's given me kind of a, sure. I was born in Ohio, grew up in South Carolina, and that was kind of an interesting place to observe American racial relations from a situatedness that didn't really quite fit in the system. I got interested in technology actually as a second-generation programmer. My father also programmed, and professionally, and my mother knows how to program. So I was very fortunate to be exposed to tech and get into tech from a young age. I actually studied mathematics undergrad, and surprisingly to pretty much everyone who knew me, didn't go to grad school right afterwards. I caught the tail end of the .com boom and became a software developer. And that's one of the luckiest choices I've ever made. It would have been just such a drastic difference in, for example, earning potential, and really drove home how much of personal circumstance is luck as opposed to effort. And I've been at large tech companies ever since.
Okay, excellent. So now that we understand how we got into tech and what we bring to tech, my next questions are really around identity and how it, the interplay between the identity that you show up with and then how are you intentionally anti-racist, and break down some barriers that are put up for folks of color. So Rico, I'd love to start with you again. As a native immigrant queer man, can you really speak through potentially some of the barriers, like think of a vignette around barriers and how you've overcome that and how that's shown up for you in your work?
Yeah, I realized that at the beginning I didn't really share how I got to this place, but I arrived in this conversation at this panel really through the art community. So my first engagement has, my community is the art and technology space, and that's how I started. I became very interested in the conversation around network societies, network communities, and how art and artists were addressing these issues. And so I attended a conference called Radical Networks put on by our friend Erica Cremani, and through that I began working at a place called iBeam, which funds artists and technologists to create kind of symbiotic work. And then after that, now I'm at Data and Society, working primarily as a project manager. So I never really identified myself as a technologist. I'm still very, very uncomfortable with that term. Part of me is very skeptical about that term. But I do identify as an artist, and I identify as a person that holds space. And I was able to kind of infiltrate and innovate these spaces, which is something we've talked a lot about. And the way have been able to do that is actually by showing up as myself. Like, a lot of what comes up for me and my colleagues is this idea that we have to erase who we are to be legible. That, to me, comes from a practice of assimilating into whiteness that I find very damaging. And so, as a first-generation college graduate, being in that space in a predominantly white school, I did a lot of damage to myself, a lot of emotional, spiritual damage.
Can you, I'm just thinking about skills building for the audience. Can you think about ways that strategies, communities that you built that kind of counteracted that a little bit?
Yeah, so what I was arriving at is there's been a process over the last couple of years since I've been working in technology. Because look, I'm a technologist, I'm a nerd. I love all these tools as much as you do. But I want to show up to this work, and I want to show up to my desktop without forgetting where I come from. Like, and some of the ways I've been able to mitigate how uncomfortable it is sometimes to show up as myself in predominantly white spaces. And look, it's not even just about white spaces, because there's a lot of people in color in technology, but often I feel so isolated when I'm around folks of color who don't even recognize me, who cannot speak to me heart to heart because they're performing some other thing. And so building community has been the way I've been able to mitigate these kind of barriers and these gaps.
And one of the things, and this is a question for you, Jesse, I know that when we're having conversations around bias in AI, for example, or programmers, or whatever, something hits some people at Google are building, I don't know, some technology that is going to crush Indian women. Like, I don't know, something crazy. One of the things that I have always been really interested in your work is your ability to show up and use white privilege to allow those conversations to happen in a way that's potentially safer. So I was hoping that you might be able to describe to us, we know that it comes from your academic background, but what does that look like for people that might be interested in the audience?
Yeah, I think the conversations that we've been having, you and I have been having at Data and Society around racial literacy is really important here. And I think that this concept of racial literacy, which is from several scholars, including Howard Stevenson, who just paid us a visit recently, has to do with a kind of emotional intelligence and ability to engage what he calls racially stressful situations in a way that allows you to not freak out. And I think that part of what happens for white people, and there are lots of words for this, there's lots of language around this. Some people talk about white fragility and other kinds of terms, but basically there's a stress response that white people get when race becomes a topic. And it's not only white people, other people experience this as well, but I am white and acknowledge it in my own experience. But I think that if there's anything that the whole move toward mindfulness could do for us, it's to sort of take a breath, relax, and have the conversation. And I think that's part of what needs to happen. I want to say something else too, just anticipating sort of where we're going with this conversation. There's often discussion that the default assumption around race and technology is that what we need is more people of color in tech companies. And I think that's true. And I think that we place an undue burden on the people of color that we invite into those conversations, because we're expecting them, we white people are expecting them to do the work of carrying race. This happens in academia too, so I'm well familiar with it. But that's not enough. We can do better. And a racial literacy framework would have us examining those of us who carry whiteness and that occupy that space in a company. It would have us examining the way whiteness makes a workplace alienating. Right. And that is connected to other regimes of power. And I just want to tell one quick story from my experience when I was working in a tech company. Now, I showed up there as a cis white woman who was also the only out lesbian at this company. Now, there were lots of other lesbians hiding in the closets around, but they were not coming by my desk. The people who were coming by my desk were the straight cis men who were like, hey, can I show up at your apartment with a camera? I was like, what are you talking about? And I and another person there became fast friends who was Cleveland, who was the only black person at that whole organization. And I don't know if I can tell the story without crying, but Cleveland was one of the first people who was laid off in that company, and we became such close friends. I actually married his sister-in-law, and after,
They got close.
after he was laid off, Cleveland didn't do well. He didn't get another job. He ended up leaving his family, and the last I heard, he is on the streets and homeless. And after I got laid off from that tech company, even though I was there as a queer person, I was able to bounce back. And I went back into academia. I'm tenured and full professor now, but I think often of our diverging paths. And that is a racially stressful moment for me, but I have to remember that and honor Cleveland by talking about it with you all.
And I think that's a reality. I personally really appreciate, and I hope everybody else really appreciates, Rico laying out and speaking about his heritage and sharing that with us, because that's an incredibly brave thing to do when you're speaking about technology, because we are so oppressed. So thank you so much for that. And Natarajan, I would really be interested as someone who occupies a much more white-friendly person of color, like you're not scary, you're not a super predator, you're not gonna like take somebody's bag. And as an Indian queer man, I would really be interested in you speaking about how that shows up, given that you do work for, probably one of the largest companies in the world, and occupy a software engineering role, which is, you're on the CEO track, potentially.
I think I'm never going to be a manager, but thank you for that. No, I think that's an accurate observation. I started working at a time when queerness became a lot more legible in large corporations. There was a diversity employee network group at IBM when I started there in '98, and I'm actually still friends with a lot of people from that. So there was peer support, there was like formal corporate support, and it's interesting in that the techniques that we learned for peer support seem like good ones for lifting up people of other underrepresented minorities. Stuff like focused mentoring, stuff like just having an ear when one is needed, knowing who you can talk to that's safe. Yeah, I kind of got interested in racial justice through feminism. I had a rather radical feminist friend after college, and the perspective really opened my eyes as to how power and oppression actually work, and you can't unsee after that. So it's like that's kind of what led to my volunteering and my interest in, sorry to use the phrase, the leaky pipeline discussions. I don't like that phrase because it suggests that the problem isn't in hiring and promoting and retaining white women and people of color. It's the retention also, I think, is that I'm grateful to Jesse and Mutale for the conversations around racial literacy, is that it seems like a skills-based approach, a technology, if you will, for reducing the amount of stress that particularly Black people in technology face, for being the only ones, for being the first, and all the pressure that goes along with that.
And so as we're coming to the end of the discussion, one of the things that I want us to do is to turn to much more of kind of practical if I'm interested in this, how do I get into it? How do I carry on with the work discussion? And the one thing I want to really acknowledge as the only Black person on the panel is thank you for showing up, and thank you for showing up. That makes me feel good. Because and the reason that I point out those two people is that when I go into rooms, that's the reality of what I face. I'm often the only one, and then I have to speak for everybody, and I can only really speak for myself. That's very stressful. Much like Lynn Patton at the Cohen hearings, Trump's Black friend, who showed up to say that he's not racist. I often don't do that, just in case you're wondering. But it's kind of turning that corner. I've always been very, very fascinated by this idea of being given windows to what I can do, but also being given a ladder to get to where I need to go. So one of the things that I'm thinking specifically from an arts perspective, Rico, can you describe any communities that exist in New York City and like, I feel terrible now because I was totally going to talk about pipelines like all the time, but in our pre-interviews, I clearly didn't listen. Can you think about any pathways that people, to use your term, can infiltrate to innovate?
Pathways. I don't know, yo. I struggle with this a lot because, like, I want to be real with y'all and how I show up to these spaces, but at the same time, to respond to what has been said, you know, I come from a critical race theory background. That was my academic training. I'm a historian. I left academia for other reasons. And I found a lot of freedom in the art community because I could navigate that space in a way that felt authentic. But one of the things I struggle with in showing up to spaces in technology is, am I doing a disservice? Because my ancestors and our ancestors got really good at code switching, at transformation, changing skins. These are the technologies that we came up with to survive in very hostile spaces. And so for me, thinking about pathways, I want to acknowledge the fact that I wanted to call this panel, I wanted to use the word anti-racist in a very strategic, purposeful way. Why? Because we need to ground this work by addressing anti-blackness, and in particular, in the Chicano Latinx community, anti-blackness is rampant. And the artist community is rampant. So that shit is present, and the pathway that I would recommend, that I have been working on myself, the way that you and I have been building, is actually centering blackness in the work. And not only letting black folks say that, but I need to say that because you know what? I need to acknowledge the fact that I am a white passing man, cis man. I don't feel that way, that's not who I am, but that's how I'm perceived.
Are there any specific organizations or networks for similarly situated people that they could find you to join you in this?
I did make a list of people who I want to uplift, and I brought the feather in particular because we talk about amplifying each other. That's really important. I prefer the word uplift. And there are a couple of people that I want to uplift here today. These are all friends of mine. American Artist is doing a great work around policing. Nabil Hassin is also doing great work around kind of abolitionist frameworks in the carceral state. Taeyun Choi is doing great work at SFPC with the Distributed Web of Care project. My homegirls from Bufu are doing amazing work around developing a code of ethics for the internet. My friend Morshan Alighieri, Iranian artist, doing amazing work around digital colonialism, which is a whole other conversation. Stephanie Dinkins, who is also a fellow with y'all at Data and Society, shout out to her, doing a lot of work around community AI. And finally, one thing I would leave you with in the conversation around artificial intelligence, I highly, highly recommend you check out Karen Howe's work. She puts out a newsletter called The Algorithm, coming out of MIT. Brilliant newsletter. And the last one that just came out on Friday, I want to highlight that in particular because she talks about MIT's recent college that they're about to open or that they just opened, which the whole mission of which is to marry the humanities and STEM. So I really want to shout that out because as a person coming kind of from more of the humanities camp, it's rough being in a STEM space and being like, you're just not taken seriously. But what we are discovering, what we are finding out, and if MIT is addressing this, like, it's legitimate in this space, maybe, but at least they pretend. And so I'm, as an interdisciplinary artist, I'm not only interested in working with artists, I want to work across the board because what's hot and most exciting right now in the tech space is how it's in conversation with other disciplines.
That's really helpful. And we'll make sure that Noel has a list of those artists and those projects and then can be distributed afterwards. So Jessie, I am not a white woman.
Is that right?
But
I love that about you.
But if you are a white woman who's interested in anti-racism and maybe you're in a meeting and maybe something is said that does not feel right, but you don't know how to respond, you also don't need to be in the way of fire. I don't know if there's a white women who hate racism organization. Like I said, I'm not part of that club.
Not yet.
But how can people, like quick strategies, how can people show up in those moments but still maintain a level of safety for themselves because they are at jeopardy also?
Yeah, I mean, I think that my main message is this word reckoning. I think that we have to reckon with the spaces that we're in. And the thing that I would encourage white women, white people to do is like read the rooms that you're in. Like look around at who else is in the spaces that you occupy on a daily basis. Are those predominantly white spaces? And are you choosing to be part of predominantly white spaces? And if so, what's your role in that? And how can you start to dismantle that? In terms of the conversational thing, I think that one of the places that we can begin to start paying attention to is the kind of language that we use. My personal goal is that we start to get rid of certain phrases in 2019, like, I don't know, cracking the whip and holding somebody's feet to the fire. Think about that kind of language. That's language that's rooted in racial violence. And if your workplace is someplace that supports that kind of thing, one I've heard in my workplace, we're gonna circle the wagons and people are off the reservation. It's like,
powwows? Can we get rid of powwows?
So and that's not about being PC. That's about saying this is language that's harmful, and it speaks to a kind of culture in the workplace. So I think it's valuable to be a white person in those spaces that speaks up about that. But I think the bigger issue, rather than what's said in meetings that are all white people, is why am I in a room with all white people that's making these decisions, and how do I work to change that?
And just to ask you another question, because it came up, I'm thinking specifically about pitching ideas, and random person of color pitches an idea, random white man pitches same idea, nobody listens to random person of color, often me. They're like, to Bob, they think it's the best thing that they've ever heard in life. Like, what happens then? That's when I'm like,
yeah, that's there's a name for this strategy, and I apologize, I can't remember. Maybe someone in the audience knows, but basically what you're doing is when you see a woman of color or someone else in the room that's being ignored in that particular way, you amplify their voice. You repeat it and say, well, as Mutali said, what's it called? Shine. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that's what you do, is when you see the dynamic play out, you can intervene. And not intervening is basically being a bystander. We talk a lot about those bystander trainings, but it's happening in the workplace all the time where people's ideas are being ignored. So I guess my other takeaway is, listen to Black women. And I should just shout out the work of Sophia Noble, who's done that wonderful book, Algorithms of Oppression, and Ruha Benjamin, who has a new book coming out. The title is not clear yet.
I think it's going to be the new Jim Code. We don't know.
Tentative.
You should
It's going to be great, though.
We'll let you know.
Yeah.
Can you get a mic?
Kind of could have been on this panel. I'm a technologist. I've been in technology since 1987, right? And what got me into it was that I was fortunate to study electronics in high school. And I went to an undergraduate school that had a National Society of Black Engineers, and that served as a support group. But here, it's 2019, and I'm the only black man here, okay? So that said, one thing I want to say in terms of language is that right now there's a push for STEM, right? I work in education now. I do data science work, data analytics work in education. And the thing that I'm aware of is that there's a push for women in STEM, right? And in terms of language, every now and then you would hear someone say underrepresented people in STEM, which changes the landscape when you start thinking about pushing for underrepresented people in STEM, right? It's a much broader stroke. So just in terms of language, instead of just pushing for more women in STEM, and I love having women around, but also think about underrepresented individuals in STEM. Okay.
Thank you so much. And we will have time for questions. I promise you I have one more question, and then we're going to open it up. Natarajan, one of the things that I'm very curious about are people of color who do not scare white people as much. And they do scare, like, don't get it twisted. Like, you ain't white. Don't get it twisted. But could you kind of speak to holding that space? Because I think one of the things that you do really, really graciously and really, really beautifully is be an ally, be a non-white ally, because you're assumed smarter, you're assumed more able than many of us that face anti-blackness. And then to your point around underrepresented people, we often speak about black tech spaces, and then all minorities show up. And I don't know that I'm 100% comfortable with everybody having to have this one massive tent. Even though we are here for you when the war breaks out, I'm expecting you all to enlist so that we can fight for justice. But I myself recognize that can be reductive.
Yep, I think that's a very interesting question. One of the biggest things that, as an ally with more positional power, with more legibility in some ways, I guess, the biggest things I can do is to give up some of my space. So that's kind of ironic to say sitting on the panel, but in meetings, in making sure that voices that wouldn't get heard, particularly black voices, get attention. That in my volunteer work, I tend to do, I guess, racial justice adjacent topics. I've worked on eviction and more recently some criminal justice reform.
And just so that we don't miss that point, would you mind speaking a little bit more about how you use your technical skills for justice?
I think it's important to avoid the hackathon problem of making a demo that is then just put in the closet, put in the shelf. To make tech useful to other kinds of organizations doing good work, it really has to increase their capacity. The people that you're working with have to be centered. The people that you're working with are the subject matter experts. So it needs to be from a place of kind of humility or service orientation, and definitely collaboration instead of, like, you're not the Prometheus bringing the data science fire to the heathens or anything like that.
Circling that wagon.
Just trying to see how many metaphors I could mix at once.
And one organization I'd like to shout out who's in the room is the Center for Core Innovation, where they do work with young people that are impacted by the problem. And I think sometimes in technology we speak about groups of people without going in and mining that brilliance and mining that talent and bringing them in. So we're at around the 15-minute mark. I would love if you guys are open to open up for questions, and if you can ask any of us. And then after the question and answer session, there's a lunch session, and we want to make it a working session. So could I just finish really quickly with this? And then, so if you are interested, you do not have to, and I was completely joking about the signing up for the War for Justice, like not really, but you don't actually have to. If you want to get your lunch and then come back, and then one of the things we want to do is figure out who you guys are and figure out what brought you into this room, and then figure out before we leave after lunch if there's information that we need to exchange. Rico is amazing for holding gatherings and spaces. So we just had one last Wednesday where a bunch of people who are really thinking about developing an ecosystem that is anti-racist in its basis are. If you want to be part of that madness, then please come back after lunch and we can figure out how to get you on our email list. So
we'll turn off the live stream. So
yeah, and we'll turn off the live stream. Like your boss isn't going to see it. Nobody, like totally nobody will know it was you. And so with that being said, I would love to open up the floor for questions.
So just a few things. Actually, we can try to set aside Hudson Yards with a boardroom that's right over here for that conversation. So I will make sure that we communicate that. For those of you who want to ask questions anonymously and don't want to have your voice on the live stream, feel free to go to sli.do and then NYC so data, and you can ask the question there. Fatima's looking at those questions, and she'll be able to lift those voices up. Otherwise, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll bring the microphone over.
Thank you so much for this brilliant panel, really. My name is Mona Sloan. I'm a sociologist at NYU Institute for Public Knowledge. I just want to quickly say that Sasha Costanza-Chalk at MIT does brilliant work on design justice, so check out the Design Justice Principles, the Design Justice Network. 2 quick questions, which might sound big. One, when we think about racism and tech, and we think about racism and data, maybe we need to think about classification and think about the language of mathematics and statistics, and I wonder how we can ever tackle that. One, and the second question is, how can we work towards sort of strategies that are available to everybody, especially the privileged, of critically locating themselves in the spaces that they're in, to take away the burden from minorities, and so on, and how can we do that sort of urgently?
So Natarajan, do you want to take math, and do you want to take sociology, Jesse?
Yeah, I think you made a very good point about classification systems and the perceived neutrality of tech. There are still people today who will say that, oh, it's an algorithm, it can't be biased, despite, I guess, a couple of years at this point of reporting and research work. And one of the, I guess, one way to push back against that is with specific country examples. Boston had, I forget what it was called, Street Bump, I think, is their program for crowdsourcing pothole locations. When this first started, that means people with smartphones get to report potholes and everyone else has to drive over them. So I'm told there have been some improvements to the program since then, but I think the idea of a socio-technical system of the data coming in from a larger social process with its own histories of injustices, entering the data from that perspective, or from that avenue, is something that does get through to a lot of technologists once it's posed to them. Was there something else you wanted me to address in that, or?
Well, I guess the question,
Yeah.
So if we contextualize sort of what we're doing here, which is telling the stories of our origins and telling our stories through object and so on, I wonder if that's maybe the kind of conversations we should be having instead of maybe more and more conversations that are grounded in ones and zeros, if I want to polarize that a little bit. Can we ever get the complexity of social life into data?
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. Humanizing the data, making sure that people's stories don't get lost in the transition to technical systems.
Yeah, and I think it's a real challenge for people to talk about identity when they're talking about systems. I mean, one of the, as we learned at this conference recently, one of the core principles of computer science is about abstraction, right? And talking about identity is really the opposite of that. So I think there's this kind of inherent kind of theoretical tension between these two domain assumptions. And I think that's the thing that has to be resolved in a way. I don't know how to do that.
Thank you. Hi, y'all. Good to see y'all again. I'm going to be that person who does it's more of a comment, really, and I'm really sorry because I hate those.
Go for it. Comments. It's called question time, not comment time.
I'm so sorry. It's one strategy to echo off of what Jesse was talking about earlier, that you had asked the question about, like, how do we interrupt those moments of tension? And then a question that I'll need to contextualize a little bit. So one of the strategies, and I think framing this as like building anti-racist practice in tech is both really important to frame it as in tech and also can be misleading because it's building anti-racist solidarity as your personal practice, right? It follows you in all spaces. So one of the ways that, and I think there's this really great graphic out that's like, it's like an iceberg, right? And then the tip of the iceberg is all of this explicit racism that people are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened. And then everything else is all the stuff that you hear all the time, every day that you let slide. And that's called the implicit racism. And that's the stuff where someone's just like, they value different things and you let it slide. But you recognize it, right? And so when we as non-Black people, so that means white people, that means East Asians, that means South Asians, that means everybody who benefits from proximity to whiteness. When we hear those things, our responsibility is to play dumb and to require people saying it to explain what they mean and make it explicit.
Yes. Tell them all. Email them. Yes.
Yes. So someone says, it's a different value system, and you're like, what do you mean? What is the different value? Well, they don't really value education. How do you know that? You have to keep pushing. You have to play dumb because racism relies on the unexpressed to keep thriving. So especially when you are that one person in the room and you're like, I don't know if I want to start this fight, you're not starting a fight. You're asking to be educated. And in the education exposes the racism. So that is a strategy for everybody.
Can I just add one tiny point right there? When this happens to me and it's another white person, I often use the line, feel free to adopt this if you were white, I don't want to be white with you today.
Yeah, she totally does. I didn't know what to do the first time. I was like,
drop.
Sorry.
I love that. Thank you.
We allow these comments. Please strike from the record, live stream.
And the second question goes back to what I had mentioned about us folks with proximity to whiteness. So a lot of what happens, especially in tech, is now we're getting these numbers of, well, we have diversity, we have all these people of color, right? And it's East Asians, South Asians, folks who have been fully indoctrinated into this model minority assimilation model and are equally locked out of anti-racist conversation by virtue of being, or locked out of anti-racist education, as well as locked into being used as weapons against Black, Latinx, and Indigenous people, right? So we're in this awful position of like, we're closer whiteness and we're not quite people of color enough, so we're weaponized in both directions. So for each of you, if you could identify what are the things that you want to see folks like us, these proximal white people, be doing in our daily practice to make things better for folks like you. And so Nataraj and I know that we're occupying similar spaces here, but if there are strategies that you think about, and I think you talked about this a little bit before, but yeah, if you could elaborate on some of those.
What's up? Oh, question for everybody. Okay. We have 5 minutes. So. Yeah, one of the big things, that, like I said, is to actually make space. I liked the, what was it called, Shine? The amplification? Shine. Yeah. And that suggestion is wonderful, to play dumb. Yeah, giving them catchy names seems like it might make them more memorable in the moment. So.
I want to move away from allyship and talk about an accomplishship.
Okay.
What does that mean? An accomplice is someone that is willing to sacrifice something. That something can be time, social capital, real capital, something of value that would actually feel like a sacrifice. Because often allyship comes at no expense of the ally and all the expense of the person you're trying to help. What does that look like in the workplace? The reason Mutale and I have been building together is because we've actually established a real relationship through the workplace. Like, I've gotten to see you outside maybe, I don't know, maybe never. Maybe this is the first time. I know Mutale. I spent time with your 2 boys. I know your children. I know where you come from. So what does it look like to invest yourself both in a caring kind of situation, but also be willing to put up a sacrifice? That's a very difficult conversation because we are conditioned to be only focused on our individual career growth. And I'm not really about that. I mean, as an organizer, I understand that there's a level of sacrifice.
This is being live streamed. Data and Society, he is about that. He loves his job.
Oh yeah, I love my job. Nah, but I'm trying to be real because, like, we only get to spend so much time with each other, and how you show up is really transparent. Like,
so just because we have not very much time left, Jesse, do you want to? Yeah. Okay. And then there was a guy in the back. Do you want to be the last question? Okay. So what do I want? I want support. I want real support. If I ask you a question, it's because I've thought really hard about that question. So I'm in a situation right now where I'm trying to make a career move, and the one person, well, not the one person. First of all, I only ask because they have proximity to the place, is avoiding me. And I had to go up to him and say, dude, you clearly do not want to help me out, but the thing about me is that I'm a daughter of Harriet. One way or the other, this is gonna get done. And I will remember when you didn't help me, and I will definitely enact revenge because I'm petty. So what I need is for just help. And if you cannot help, and if that's fearful for you, be honest about that. Because you may honestly think that you're losing something, but the truth of it is the pie only gets bigger. It never, ever gets smaller. Mm. And if we could just ground, if that could just be the basis, I think that we would all have a much more just technical space. We would have better technologies and better systems. But I want to give you the opportunity to ask your question because we have like 1 minute.
Okay. So how do I condense this? Okay. So we've seen the oppression of South Asian immigrant workers in tech, and Microsoft and Google have 2 Indian CEOs. Apple is working with like police departments to develop technology. Amazon is contracting with ICE. Microsoft and Google have been found to be working with the Department of Defense to develop drone technology to bomb a bunch of countries. So my question really is anti-racist solidarity confined to identities, or can it be expanded into active fighting against the fucked up shit that all of the capital?
So I'm just gonna respond really quickly. Anti-racism is about people. So, whoa.
Finish your thought.
You can answer the question. Yeah.
Racism is about people, so there is going to be, we need to mobilize people. So I would suggest that anti-racism has to start with a humanities proposition. However, what I think you're really speaking about is revolution and organizing. And one of the things that I have been so excited about is to see tech workers really think about themselves with a labor frame and push back. And a counter question that we could speak about afterwards or whenever would be, how can people that are not in those companies show solidarity to those movements? I think that that's a really interesting and exciting proposition.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be able to have my colleagues from Data and Society here support and talk about these things. We were at Data for Black Lives up in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and there were some thoughts that I had that were really conflicting in the fact that surveillance technology is controversial at the same time period. Like when it gets fixed, that just means that we're more surveilled, and so I'm so glad that you were able to, the four of you were able to come on the snowy day and have the panel. So let's talk about just a little bit of how we're going to deal with the follow-up conversation. So those of you who are interested, how many, just to take a count of hands? Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is that we're going to go for lunch. So lunch is going to be served in the cafe space. Hudson Yards is, as if you're walking down this long hall, is the long boardroom that's there. I'm going to kick everybody out of that room and set it aside for the follow-up conversation. It's an hour long. You have an hour, so let me try to be as judicious as possible to get them out and then get you in. And then you have the hour, and just be respectful for the fact that that room then needs to turn over for the next space. So thank you very much. For those of you on the live stream, we'll be back in an hour. So see you in an hour. Thank you.
This would have been 4 seats.
Never in my life. I opened that window, I was
Let me just grab this.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
these comma spaces colon privacy and open data. I made a small edit from what was the original title. You're okay with that? I'm going to be checking in, but pretty much he's going to be the person that's in charge. There are 4 microphones, 2 wireless that should be on that side, and then 2. Oh, we got another wire.
There are 2 wireless over here.
No, it looks like they added another wire.
Okay. There's 2 here. Okay.
Yeah. Is there enough slack to? This red mic is live. It's hot. Don't cross if you are getting up. Don't cross this blue line. This blue line is kind of like you're standing back that way. I think that's it. I'm not sure that there's many people who are on the live stream, but at least we're recording it. Full service operation. What is this?
It's a cool, like, tablet that I can read on. Exactly. So, it actually
And it synchronizes to what?
I can sync it to a laptop or a Chrome or a USB.
Yeah.
But it's like a cable screen with an integrated. Very interesting. It's my current toy. It's my current toy.
There was another person who had one of these, and I was like, oh, I've seen this advertising by Instagram.
Yeah, they're totally. I'm like, someone told me about them and was like, it's actually good.
This is the name. It's like this is definitely my Instagram ads.
Yeah, but you can actually do if you're connected to the internet, you can turn it into a text.
All right. 4-minute. Hello, everybody. Hi. Can you hear me? This is kind of like the few-minute warning, which means that it's less than 5 for you to get to your next session. It's been an honor to be your morning live stream host, and I'm going to hand this off to Fatima, who's going to take care of you for the rest of the afternoon. Thanks for being here. Did everybody get something to eat? That's my first survey question. Yeah, everybody? All right, my second survey question is, are you having a good time? Okay, great. Thank you.
Always struggle with it. Good. Somewhere. I was like, he was in the room. Now he's not. So I think he went to a session. But things are good. Yeah. Have you guys been happy with the day? Yeah, I've just been chatting with people. I haven't actually
Catching up with faces.
Yeah, it's been good that there's a lot of people here. Yeah. Sure.
Livestream. Our first session after lunch is called Smart City Public Spaces, Privacy and Open Data in the Public Realm. It's a roundtable session, so it'll explore the ethics of aggregating non-personally identifiable data collection and the movement and activity of people in the public space, given the emergence of smart cities. It's moderated by Shin Pei from the Gale Institute and speakers Georgia from Simply Secure, Stephen from Stay, and Jennifer from NetNumina. As a reminder to our attendees here, if you'd like to be anonymous and our attendees online, please submit your questions through slido.com and use the hashtag NYCSoData. Shinpei, I'll hand it off to you to kick us off.
Thanks, Fatima. It's really wonderful to be here. So great to see so many people interested in this topic. Part of the reason we're interested in this as Gale Institute is that our work as a nonprofit design advocacy, urban design advocacy organization is based on creating an evidence space that centers people in public space. So we want to create evidence that helps designers and planners and city agencies better use, better kind of account for the activities of people in public space in a socially meaningful, impactful way. But as we know, there are a lot of tensions around this, and you know that's I think all of you in this audience are better experts in this than I am, but we were interested in just having a conversation about some of those tensions, to talk to people who work in that technology space that really intersect with data and urban design issues, and also really who really fundamentally care about the social impacts of that data, to have a conversation about that. And hopefully we'll have also open some time up for questions from the audience. So what I thought we would do is just have each of the speakers go introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their work to give you some context of how they're working in this space, and maybe a little bit about their interest in this specific topic. And then we had a couple of thoughts on themes that really come up for us working on this as practitioners, and hopefully that will kick off some discussion, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. So that's why why don't we start here with Jennifer?
Hi everyone, I'm Jennifer Ding. Sorry. My background is in computer vision. So in the past, I was the founder of a computer vision-based smart parking startup. And now I'm a solutions engineer at Numina, who I'm representing today. Numina is a platform for cities, and our mission is to help cities collect better data to make them more responsive and equitable. And our focus is really in the transportation and mobility space. And the way we do this is we have a camera-based sensor that's purpose-built for streets. So we usually install on light poles or outside buildings. And we collect real-time data on what, where, how, and when different objects move through and use the streets. So you might have noticed I did not say who, and that's integral to our core philosophy at Numina, which is intelligence without surveillance. It's very important to us that we help cities get the data they need to make these important decisions without collecting, potentially vulnerable personal details about the people moving in the public realm.
Hi, everyone. My name's Stephen. Stephen Larrick. I work in an organization called Stay. But I'm excited to talk about this topic today because it's really, I think it hits at some questions and themes that have been present throughout my career that I've been very interested in. So my background is in city planning. So I've been someone who has had to make decisions about what programming and how we design public space. Decisions that I think often could have been improved by better evidence. I've also worked for the Sunlight Foundation, where we did a lot of thinking about the tensions that can exist between open data and individual privacy. And in particular, I worked with the city of Seattle on their open data program in the context of their privacy principles. And then finally, at Stay, we are a civic tech startup. We do tools for data management and collaboration focused on public sector agencies. And as part of that work, I think there are two core areas that are going to be most relevant to our discussion today. The first is that the Gale Institute has created this public life data protocol, which is a way to structure information collected about people moving and interacting and behaving in public space. and we are working with a couple of cities, including the city of San Francisco, to help them better ingest and utilize that data and manage it in ways that can help with urban design decisions. The next is that I've also done some research and am working on a pilot project in 2 cities in the realm of transportation that I think is also relevant to our topic today, which is that dockless mobility is this emergent trend in transportation. And so we have these new kinds of data that are available to public agencies and that include geolocation and sometimes paths of real trips in real time. And although it might not be identifiable, it is personally identifiable, it is uniquely identifiable to have a geolocation. And so I think from the conversations I've had with many city officials that are managing these new data feeds, I think it'll be interesting to kind of talk through some of the thinking about these new emergent areas and need for ethical consideration. No.
Hi, everybody. That works better. Okay. I'm Georgia Bullen. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Simply Secure. What we do, we have a general focus on usability and human-centered design, and we work with a lot of civic tech projects. We work with a lot of internet freedom and generally like open source projects. We have educational missions. We do a lot of direct support, mentorship, coaching of projects that are working in these spaces. But in a different hat, I also am on the advisory committee and leadership team of a really large open data project called Measurement Lab. If you've run an internet speed test in Google search in the little widget, if people are familiar with that, that's actually a big open data project that you may have participated in, where we are crowdsourcing measurements of internet connections, and that's a big CC0 public data set. So it's something that we think about a lot, is questions of privacy, consent, and participation in a wide variety of projects. So I'm interested to talk about what it means when we're, like what does consent look like when we're talking about designing these experiences? It may be, like Stephen was saying, right, geolocation data, people are, they don't even necessarily know that their location is being collected while they're using some of these scooters or bikes, and what does that mean? What's that consent model look like? How do we think about allowing people to have an active choice in that context?
Great, thanks for the introduction, and thanks, Stephen, for bringing up the data standard that Gale Institute had created with the city of San Francisco, Copenhagen, and Seattle. That was the way that we started to, as an organization, started to get into this topic. One of the things I thought might be useful for the audience, just to get everyone on the same page, is to talk a little bit about the shape of, what's happening in the field right now. Who are the players? I think that it's a very fragmented arena in terms of really large giants that are collecting data. Some of that data not being accessible, some of it is, and it's just, can we put some order to understanding this for our audience here?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's helpful about starting with the Gale framing is that I think it's useful to talk about observation and data collection in public space in the broader context that might predate us thinking about it as a primarily technological question discussion. But so one of the things I really enjoy about the Gale framework is that it's really based on methodologies that predate us even thinking about it as data collection. As a planner, one of the stories I can speak to, I once was involved in reprogramming a former basketball court into a futsal court, a soccer arena, in a neighborhood that had a growing Hispanic population. And I think to make those kinds of changes, you want to have evidence that that's actually what the users want in the space. And so going out in the space, observing what people are doing, observing that they're bringing their own nets and their own balls, and no one's actually using the basketball court, and this is kind of the ratio of use that we see. That is like bringing that kind of illustrative evidence to the conversation with the council and to the budget conversation can be critical to making those decisions and making that thing happen. And so what's great about what Gale does is they've created a structure and a series of survey tools that can help public officials and others structure how they're, and replicate how they're doing those observations, and also keep track of it over time. I think understanding the trends can be critical to programming and designing spaces. But we obviously have new technologies that are changing it in ways that do seem like a new form, and so I would love to hear more about how Numina fits into this idea of sensors that can do this in real time all the time, and with everything, and not just with what something like a researcher in the field is seeing at the time that they're there.
Yeah, thank you for that background, Stephen. Yeah, something that you said that struck me was this idea of the Gale framework being a good starting point for different cities, different types of groups to understand, or have like a standard for understanding important data to be collected in the public realm. And I think that maybe because of the speed of technology creation and deployment of some of these new systems, that is really lacking, I think, in the new data sets that are being collected, especially from a security and privacy side. As you know, the cost of manufacturing camera systems dropped, and also cellular communication capabilities are improving so much. We're seeing a lot of different products getting created very rapidly with very little oversight. And so we see this lack of standardization, even the right terms to begin talking about issues of security and privacy, but even what is useful data, what is too much data, and there's like not a lot of nuance in that conversation right now. I think cameras are a particularly concerning area for sure. I mean, we're seeing cameras in baby monitors, in our doorbells, and certainly surveillance systems have been around longer, so we have a little bit more of a understanding of what those have been used for and the limitations they've had in the past. But I think it's true everywhere we look now, cameras are popping up, whether they're organized by a big tech company like Google Maps collecting imagery, whether from satellite or from the ground. But we also see a lot of personal, like citizens, also having new IoT technologies. And so who's responsible, where it's being deployed, these are all kind of new frontiers for these new sensors.
Yeah, I was in the players question. I've heard you all mention a few, like governments, obviously, companies. I think that play in a couple different roles. There's companies that are actively part of the data collection and creation world, but there's also companies that then want to use that data, and then companies that don't even realize they're necessarily contributing to the situation. I mean, you're mentioning cameras, and we're talking about data feeds. Everyone in this room probably has at least one camera on them. If they have a laptop, they've got two, right? Probably because the camera's now built in. And then if they have any other devices, right? Who knows? Like how many cameras, how much data could we each be a part of contributing to at the moment? And they don't. Not even all of the companies that are part of that ecosystem necessarily are thinking along the lines of how they're creating data that could become part of this larger set, right? And so individuals, I think, is the other sort of piece of the ecosystem, let alone all of those of us who are sort of in the in-betweens, right? Like the nonprofits that are trying to either help bring transparency and light, groups like Sunlight Foundation, or are like my organization trying to help people think about these issues as they're designing tools or experiences, or trying to think about alternatives to practices here.
Do you have something you wanted to add, Stephen? You're just thinking.
Yeah, I think we have seen also that just kind of where these questions that have existed for a while, they are being answered in ways that maybe are even more than we anticipated. And so, with things like tracking of location from cell phones and from app data, like there are data brokers that will just sell a feed of how people move in the public space. Often, this is not that uncommon in the commercial realm for things like citing a new store. And I think we have this question of, I think if we were all to get together and decide, okay, this thing is going to, maybe we wouldn't have decided this thing is going to exist. I'm not sure we had that conversation, but it does exist. And if we were all to decide what should we use it for, I'm not sure, like where to place the next Le Pen Quotidien is like the top thing on our list of what we should do collectively with this thing. So I think cities are kind of faced with sometimes this impossible choice of either let's pretend it doesn't exist and kind of limit the ways in which we can understand behavior in space, or let's participate in this thing that there are a lot of questions about.
Right.
And I think that's a tension I'm really interested in how we can further resolve.
That's great. I think one of the things that we're hearing about is obviously this tension between, the transparency of knowing what's being collected, knowing that how you're contributing, and knowing what's out there and who's doing that kind of collection, but then also wanting to maintain some sense of privacy so that you feel secure and all of that information being out there. But fundamentally, even if just looking at that body of data in all these different, there's pros and cons. I think that there's some question, as you're bringing up, Stephen, about, what are the best ways of directing this data for public benefit as we think about our public spaces, because these are not necessarily private spaces, which then you could imagine, sure, buy data from the data broker, and you can think about using that for private interests. When we're thinking about our public spaces, a lot of this data is collected from the public realm. Are there ways to make these approaches to create a more just outcomes, because there is a proliferation of data now that there never was before, the extent of data out there? Is that a possibility?
I mean, one thing that, before we dig into that, this practice isn't necessarily new, right? You're talking about going and counting people bringing soccer balls to a basketball court and then saying, oh, maybe this actually should be a soccer field. But the difference there was people saw you with a clipboard, right? And that was, okay, sure, we could probably have advertised the data collection was going to happen in advance, but there's also a person with a clipboard and a pencil where then the person showing up who's going to get counted can say, I can see what's going on here, right? And now the big difference to now is we can't see that the data is being collected and counted, and instead it's happening en masse in a much, that friction has been taken away in a way that actually is maybe counterproductive. So an interesting question is how could we be introducing friction into this data collection process, maybe? Sorry, you were going to say something now when I cut you off. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that our company in particular, this is something that we think about a lot. Because we have our sensors in the public right-of-way, there is no natural opt-out, as you might, on a website or another, digital interface. And so the way we've kind of approached it is to try to manage the data lifecycle in the most responsible way possible. So one thing is the data itself, right? Are we collecting unique identifiers? That's true. Location, timestamp. This is all. It narrows down the possibilities for identifying an individual. So that's definitely an important question. How much data should we collect? The approach that we definitely take is something that we call whitelisting. So first we define what data we need, and we collect that data, the minimum data needed to answer the city's question, and we don't collect other things. So that would be, like blacklisting, where you collect the whole image, you send video footage, and then you just redact, or you blur faces, like Google Maps does, for example. So I think that approach is kind of a different way to think about the data itself, but also, there's the question of how it's sent, what it's used for, how it's stored, is it deleted? And I think that that touches on other security concerns for data breach or misuse. Making the data have a short life cycle is definitely one way that these potential vulnerabilities can be lowered.
Yeah, it's been interesting in kind of interviewing like a dozen of the city transportation managers who are working with new dockless mobility programs. We did see a range of how places wanted to address the concerns around having individual trip level data. And that ranged from some cities that actually didn't even want to ingest it and wanted it to go to a third party, say a university or some other data management entity that could handle both the liability but also make certain commitments of their security, to cities that want everything, because I think they're seeing this as if a private company is going to operate in our right-of-way, we need to have the same information that they have to kind of co-manage these new programs, these new mobility systems. So the city of Los Angeles actually created a whole data specification, the mobility data specification, which any vehicle that even passes through the boundary of Los Angeles, even if it's starting in Santa Monica and ending in, I don't know my West Coast geography, but somewhere else that's not Los Angeles. Even if that path goes through LA, they're requiring that the trip information be pushed to the city DOT. And I think they see value in having that information for the purposes of, say, designing more multimodal streets for street safety, that kind of thing.
To come back to the question about justice, I think one of what it means to have justice around this data, sort of what could be good data justice practices. One place to start is also in the actual deciding of what data you need to collect, like involving the community in that process, right? Or involving finding a way to co-design what that could look like. I think there's some really interesting projects. The one I'm thinking about was called the Morris Heights Justice Project, I think. It was a project out of CUNY, and they worked with residents in Morris Heights to talk about, to figure out what issues were going on around policing, and then co-designed a survey with residents that the residents actually did the data collection door to door, and then co-analyzed it together at events like this, and did something with that, right? And then it started a conversation with the police force in the community around what they actually wanted to see. The sort of challenge when we're talking about sensors and technology is there are so many sensors. We're trying to be opportunistic with the data that's there rather than still starting from this intentional place. And even it's great to think about how do we minimize it. I think the next stage could be how could we think about working with the community that we're collecting data about to decide what that minimization should look like, or if there are ways to be creative about are there things we need to know that might mean we need more sensitive data, but are there ways that we could collect it where there's a really active consent process, things like that.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something that's so critical, or it came up in multiple places, which is kind of just getting it out there and having a conversation. And for that to happen, there needs to be some norms around letting the community know what is being collected, and when and why. And so I think one of the trends I've seen that's really interesting is I first learned about this from the city of Seattle, but there are a few different communities that have adopted policies around publishing a master list of surveillance technologies, and with an explanation of just what is this technology, what information does it collect, and why is it installed. And I think to have that kind of informed dialogue with the community or with the city at large, we need to have just the basics of description of just what is happening on the ground. And so I think, there was a piece of model policy put out by the ACLU through their COPS, C-O-P-P-S program, that is trying to push exactly that agenda of just publishing the basics of what technology is out there, what information is collecting, and why.
You guys, I just want to push on these really great examples of solutions to some of the challenges, the current challenges out there, and thought that each of you could maybe talk a little bit about what would be the number one priority to put in place to make the data collection, the community input side happen, or the justice possibilities more available to the cities, because I think that the capacity to collect data and to analyze it already is quite a struggle for a lot of localities. So a lot of localities don't have a data team, maybe like LA did, to set up that standard, for example. And since we're talking about these great solutions, what would you say now that you've seen some examples, what could be put in place that would make a big difference?
I mean, I know one example, I realize we've mentioned Seattle maybe 3 times so far, but Seattle does have a community technology advisory board, which is a super interesting model that I think, it could be replicated in other places. I think there's some where there are citizens that are elected to a group that actually has to approve all technology decisions that are made by the city government. And so then you at least have like representative review, right? I think that's a really interesting first step that then can become more local conversations. And that's something that allows you to have more people engaging in the community, things like that. We've worked with them on a project that we did around internet measurement in Seattle, where they were some of our early feedback on this tool that Seattle wanted to put out to do more measurement of like what does access actually look like in our community. And it was really helpful to get engagement from them.
I mean, from the macro level, I think partly a thing that is really critical that's beyond the control of cities is regulating the private sector. And so I think, as I was mentioning earlier, like this information of where you are and exists, and it is being used in the private sector. And I think to really address that impossible choice that cities have, I think we really need to think about it from that macro level perspective, which is likely going to require a national conversation. And I think looking to models of what's being done in the state of California or with GDPR in Europe, I think we need to have a conversation like that in the US. And then I think using qualitative approaches and realizing that I think this idea of intentionality and whitelisting, starting with an objective and building from there, is so crucial. We're working at STAY, we're working on a project in Rhode Island that involves autonomous vehicles. And one of the things that was really interesting when we were doing just a landscape assessment of other autonomous vehicles pilots and how what sorts of data is being collected and how they're being evaluated, is that for many of them, it's just let's grab all of the automated feeds that these vehicles are producing and then make decisions about the program from there. What we enjoyed about this project is it has an intentional kind of community survey and qualitative lens to it. And so I think when new technologies are introduced, having it introduced as a pilot and having those intentional conversations just with the communities affected or with the users is critical and really needs to be a best practice.
Great.
Yeah, to kind of third that point about the local approach, I think that the balance between like what constitutes useful data and then a privacy violation is so, it's very local, right? This is a decision that is hard to make across the board. So completely agreed with that. And to support that point, the first point that you made, Stephen, about regulation, I think something that I would love to see is for the industry, industry leaders, probably ideally not the big tech companies, to help create a standard framework for assessing security challenges, or how can we like compare the security practices of two companies, What are those key markers? Is there a score, a safety score, if you will, data health score, things like that, that hopefully can support the policymakers as they are actually making policy. What we see now is a lot of self-regulation. So tech companies will make their, a charter or sort of an ethics guiding principle document that lives in static form, doesn't get updated very often. But the problem is the technologies are updating very quickly, right? And I think it's important that as they change, we have a framework for evaluating them that adapts as quickly.
And I was going to point, there's 2 projects that for along those lines that might be interesting. One is called Ranking Digital Rights. It's an organization that does an annual, their next ranking should be coming out soon, but they do an annual ranking of the big tech companies and some telecom companies globally on how they adhere to human rights in the digital space. They look at freedom of expression, privacy, and transparency, I think is the third one. And they look through specifically a lot of their policies. They do analysis on the technologies themselves, and a lot of what they look at is also like, how does this company actually protect users? What's their follow-through look like? Like, what's the difference between their charter and their practices? It's super interesting, so I would definitely recommend looking at that. And there's been, branching from that, there's an initiative that Consumer Reports has been leading called the Digital Standard, which is looking a lot at security issues in the sort of IoT space. They're kind of starting with hardware, but they have like an evaluation framework with a security and privacy lens for things like nanny cams and like all the smart devices that we're adding to our homes, partly because we can't even control what technology is in them. But I think that's sort of trying to get at that, and it would be interesting to see more companies voluntarily adopt the standards from the digital standard, because if we don't start having those conversations, we don't know where those standards aren't enough yet, right? And we may not have them finished yet. They need to kind of be things we're iterating on and evolving and testing and seeing where we can improve.
Great. Well, one last question I wanted to put in front of the panel before we open it up to the audience is just really, what strikes me about a lot of the solutions and the approaches is how much interaction it requires with other human beings. We're talking a lot about things that are data and technology driven, but fundamentally it seems like there's quite a significant human touch that's threaded throughout all these different systems. And just touching on this, could inequalities be reproduced as we're sorting this out? And sort of a thought piece, but it just strikes me as something to really consider as you are actually fundamentally working out some solutions.
Could inequalities be reproduced? Yes. Sorry, I'm just gonna, absolutely. I think, they don't call it systemic racism without the context of it being a systemic issue. Anytime we're talking about these systems and data, like that's something that we need to be thinking about, like what are the systems that have already affected and created inequalities that we're interacting with? I think it's really hard to do, and the only way you can do it is by engaging with the impacted communities and making sure that you're also giving like a bit of a historical lens of what led to this situation now, like how did we get here in the first place, and then what are we trying to adjust? There was an event earlier this week, and I was talking with someone afterwards about we're talking about smart cities. Maybe our goals shouldn't be around the cities being smarter. Our goals should be around the cities being more equitable. And if technology can facilitate that equity, like that's a more interesting situation for us to be in than just making them smart, right? Like, let's go for equitable cities that can be where we see more justice taking place, and how can technology help us get there, I think is an interesting question.
Right. Do you guys have any other?
Well, I think who gets counted and who gets measured is a critical question, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think there are two sides to that. One being, if you've got data that's being pulled just from where you're deciding to look, whether that's where you've installed a sensor, or if you're collecting RFIDs from devices, people have to have those devices to be counted. And I think the flip side of it is that this desire for the kind of benefit of being observed is that your needs can be better catered to if you envision some magnanimous philosopher king government. But if on the flip side, there's I think in an urban context in particular, communities of color there's a large history of that not being the case, of observability leading to bad things. And so that is the fundamental tension is, if it's very easy for the government to have a list of names of everyone in Tahrir Square or of everyone in Zuccotti Park for that matter, I'm not sure that we want that technology to be at someone's fingertips. And again, to me, the key is to have a public democratic discussion about what that right balance is in a given public space. And it might vary from space to space. If a park is in a community where the surveillance and targeted policing has been a key issue. You know, maybe the level of observation or automated data collection that we want to, that community wants is going to be different than in a very different type of space. And I guess the final component there is who is doing the collecting also really matters, I think, to me. What's neat about the Gale standard to me is in survey tools is that if it can put that decision of who collects in the hands of the community itself. If I'm a planner and a community comes to me and says, hey, I've gone out and I collected this information, and hey, we're using this basketball court for futsal, and here are the numbers to back it up, that's a compelling thing. And you know, this idea of surveillance versus surveillance, of bottom up, let's understand ourselves in a way that is less asymmetrical in terms of who has power and who knows the things.
Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, just a quick thought. I guess on the technical side, something that's hard with algorithms, especially when we get into deep learning or machine learning, is it's hard to explain those decision-making processes, right? Even to people who built them. There's a lot of things that are hidden, maybe in the data, maybe in the structure of the network. It isn't designed to be human understandable. So I think to bring it back to the whole standards, I think that for the algorithms that we have, we need better standards for that too. I think that researchers should, they should report where the data comes from. There should be markers so people can measure how inclusive it is. And then also in the decision-making process itself, there should be better ways for people to understand how algorithms are actually making these choices.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Thank you for this discussion. We're going to open it up to the audience. Fatima, do you want, is there a way that you want us to run around with the mics, or? Okay, you're going to run? Okay, cool. I saw one actually here, Tracy.
Yeah, hi. This has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much to all the panelists. My question is about thinking about local governments, as potentially the collectors, but certainly as the users of these kinds of monitoring data. I personally feel like there's a huge unmet need to think about the ethics of this, and Stephen, you in particular have done a really good job of raising some of that stuff. So just as a quick example, I worked on a traffic monitoring project where we put passive monitors on a trail facility to count how many people were using the trail. This is it's like a really basic public space use thing. So, one of the things we found out was that, it's from the county's perspective, a recreational trail facility that closes at dusk. But I'm sure it will come as a shock to none of you when I tell you that we found out that people were using the trail at night. The trail connects a transit station and a working class community, and incredibly enough, people need to go to and from their origins and destinations 24 hours a day, not just when the sun happens to be illuminating them directly. And, the local park and rec authority was like, this is great. Now we know exactly when we need to park the cop cars at the trailhead. Perfect. We can really target the enforcement. This is so helpful. And I'm just raising this as an example of how Stephen's not describing a hypothetical. It's super real. And it's not something that can be solved by saying a nonprofit has the traffic monitoring data. It's you can't, once you know, you cannot unknow. And I don't think it works as an answer to say oh gosh, then I'd rather not know. What's needed instead is this much larger embrace of a more just and a more equitable framework for decision making that says, now I found out the truth about my after dusk policy, I need to put in some lights on this thing and leave it open 24 hours a day because people are using it. It doesn't take a ton of common sense to see that you need to get to that point. But the only way to get there is, Georgia, to get to what you were saying about broadening the conversation in terms of bringing the community into the decision-making process, to provide some of that common sense and some of those values to say, you know, thanks, police. Really appreciate you trying to do your job the best way possible and efficiently use your resources, but there's a different decision we need to make here. That decision cannot get made just by the public sector or just by the private sector. Advocates have to be organized and at the table too. I'm interested to hear from each of you your thoughts on how to organize that capacity and if you've seen any great examples of that happening.
The other, before we dig into that, one quick thought, which is also as the group doing that data collection, you know, again, back to the clipboards and paper stage, you may have had time ranges where you marked people into the time ranges as opposed to a timestamp with like way more accuracy now, right? So there's an interesting question of how could we minimize like, oh, sorry. I was like, thank you, what you were saying. How could we minimize what data we're collecting so we're not getting a full timestamp, but we're saying like, oh, between these hours, or yes, there's this many people using it after dusk so that we can't misuse the data afterwards, right? So like, are we collecting stuff that's too precise that isn't necessary for our actual purpose as well, right? And that's something that can come from those conversations if you have a collaborative process in deciding how to do that data collection at all, as you might identify like, this could be a risk, so maybe we shouldn't collect data at this fine-grained level.
To me, the scariest arrangement of the project you just described is the one in which the local government is the only one that knows that the data is, that there's a counter now on that trail, and the only one who has the data that shows that people are using the trail, and that nobody, and so then all of a sudden there's enforcement, but nobody, like no one actually knows the full story.
Oh my God, how did they find me?
Because I think the way that those advocates and other actors who need to like exert influence on how data is used and interpreted in those kinds of situations, the only way they can do that is if that data is available and if that process is disclosed. So things like a master list of surveillance technology with a description of what data is collected, why is it being used, and then also, again, I think if it is appropriately fuzzed in the way that Georgia was describing, or if it can be in something like summary counts, making sure there's access to that, so that, you know, if the first interpretation from the local police department is, oh, let's enforce after dark, there can be other voices that are pulling from that same source of truth, and that it can't be a question of just who knows the truth, but actually of you know, a political discussion that democracy needs to be, of this is how we're interpreting that truth.
This is the law. The trail's closed after dark. You can't blame the police for wanting to enforce the law.
Sure.
Do you have anything you want to add, Jennifer?
Yeah, I will just say that I feel like in the pilots that we've done, one of the more interesting ones has been in downtown Brooklyn with the Circular City group, so New Labs group. And by default, a lot more voices were brought to the table. So researchers, other tech companies, and also other public groups. And the fact is the data is useful for a lot of different people. It's not just useful for the one who requested it, right? And what I saw was we were able to have a lot more interesting conversations when there were more people at the table. Instead of just laser focusing on that one thing on that one group's mind, it was much broader. So, I mean, yeah, just to second everyone's point that this needs to be a bigger conversation instead of just between one data collector and one group. It should be arranged.
One of the things that's fascinating to me about the Numina data is I know that your heat maps can show like a path of, say, where people are jaywalking. Have you ever seen that used in the context of like, let's enforce jaywalking, or kind of is that a concern that you all think through?
Luckily, from the partner we're working with there, specifically in downtown Brooklyn, where we are seeing a lot of mid-block crossings, is it's mostly from a safety standpoint.
Yeah.
So the question is, if pedestrians are crossing here, why is that happening? And what we found out is, you know, construction kept moving up and down that street, so pedestrians had to cross in the road. And what we found was like a very disturbing amount of road share between bikes, pedestrians, buses, trucks, all in the same lane. So in that case, it was more about how can we make things safer rather than let's punish people for just doing what they have to do.
I won't hold us too long. I just want to point out one interesting language shift you also just did, where you said jaywalking and you said mid-block crossing. And like, that's a really interesting point too, right? Like, there's language frameworks that we use that criminalize some of what we're saying, right? Like, obviously people are using the path after dark. Yeah. Right. And if you think of them as trail users and as mid-block crossers instead of trespassers and jaywalkers, the conversation shifts. And so like sometimes we need to really think about what's the language we're using when we're having that conversation.
Absolutely. I have a question here.
Thanks for coming. So this is a little bit of historical context. About 2 years ago, I'm part of the Project Management Institute. So I had a very fabulously successful talk about the use of IoT in project management. So that's actually the question I want to ask in reverse, because the same issues got brought up 2 years ago, as all of you were just highlighting right now. There's no data standardization. You've got lots of problems with how it's collected, where it's ending up, who's talking to who about what. So the question in reverse is, how do we overlay some project management processes to sort of standardize how the standards get made, where the information ends up, and what it is that's the result of all of that. I mean, so that we don't end up with sort of, I'm sure all of you read the very interesting articles about how the Strava data leaked out and designated CIA bases where they're not supposed to, where nobody's supposed to have that information. And there was just another article last week about UN forces having similar, those are very extreme examples. But just to use the extreme to highlight the more mundane, right?
Yeah. So you want to take that?
Your question was a lot of layers of abstraction, so I'm not sure I followed it. But a quick thought, I think the Strava example, I think, is a really great example to me of, again, like, that relates to the point from over here. This was an instance where kind of a bunch of people got together and were contributing their data to the global heat map. And for those who are unfamiliar with the story, this included folks who, Strava is an app that tracks running routes and paths, also for cyclists and things like this. And it revealed the location of military bases just based on where people were running. And, you know, I think we had this immediate reaction of, okay, this has been a privacy breach. But then my reaction was also, oh, we're revealing the location of secret military bases. Maybe it's good that we now know, you know, like where the military you know, like we're holding power to account.
Thanks, Strava, for your transparency initiative.
Exactly. But I think it speaks to this idea of like not, you know, like, I think we have, it's kind of like we're all extending our collective vision and like memory. Like if everybody had picture perfect memory, we would all, our norms would be very different. And it's kind of, we're in this augmented, technology is like augmenting our natural, you know, ability to memorize and see. And I think we're gonna have to confront that. And I don't know, this doesn't relate to project management at all. So
my immediate thought on the project management question is that we all kind of need to slow down and be a little bit more intentional about things that we do. And those of us who are running those processes need to say like, hey, do we need to do this way? What are we not thinking of? What are the sort of threats and risks to us, to the people we're working with, to our communities by not asking enough questions, really, right? And so it's sort of on the, you know, if you are a project manager dealing with technology projects or not, just like data projects in general, what are the things what protections do you need to build into your process to allow for those conversations to happen, right? Did we consult enough people? Did we make sure we actually consult enough people that represent the community? Could we have done it in a way where they could actually co-design what we're doing in the first place? You know, are we flagging concerns? How could this get misused? There's a really interesting site that I'm not going to remember the name of at the moment, but it basically gives you a bunch of, it's like, tarot cards of tech, if you look this up, but it has a bunch of contexts of like ways that data could be misused, so you can kind of work through different scenarios that are more threat and risk focused. So there's, you know, I mean, many of us have probably been in relationships and you've shared information with a partner, and then when you break up, like when you're talking about a burned partner, right? Like how does that data get used differently? And so there's a lot of, there are, I don't know, 12 or so of these, but how could we think differently about the threats and risks that could play out in this context that we're not trained to think about in the first place because we want to believe everything's going to be good, but not everyone has the same goals or intentions. So how can we shift our processes to include concerns and risks and threats like that?
Well, just to touch on that point briefly, the threats and risks to me, I think, speak to an earlier point that you made about the way we use language and the users of the data and the perspectives that they're going to take, because Stephen, you had such a different reaction than maybe someone within the military.
Yeah.
And I think that's fundamental, right? Because I think similar with language, different people will use different language depending on their roles, and that's just something to keep in mind. We have another question over there.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to do a parenthetical. My husband teaches project management on military bases, so you can imagine what my mixed feelings were about this. So the first one was, I hope those folks don't get hurt. Just so we're talking about that. And I'm not surprised that would happen, since folks on military bases are often big jocks. What I would like you guys to model is what does a neighborhood data activist look like, right? We're talking about groups, we're talking about people. And again, I don't want to sound patronizing, how do you educate folks so that happens? How do they learn? Going back to the trail model, who gets involved? How do you teach them? How do they know that something is in a box and needs to be out of a box?
Georgia?
Oh my God. That's a good question, and I think there's a lot of things that can look like. I mean, one, to take us back to some maybe basic Jane Jacobs style practices, like it's the people who you have to participate in your community in the first place, right? So being someone, know your neighbors, know what your community looks like, be a part of it. Last week I went to my neighborhood bank because I needed to deal with something related to our bank account. And I didn't realize this, but our bank hosts like financial workshops. So they were running a class on IRAs and like retirement planning and things like that. And I was sitting there and talking to the person at the bank being like, I didn't know that you guys do this. And they were like, yeah, we're trying to not be the big bad bank. And so we do these every week, and we almost always have 20 to 30 people here. And it's like, oh, maybe I should go and be at those and just like meet my neighbors, see what questions they have. What are ways that we can be in any conversation talking about other things that affect us in our community and need to be making a difference? Like, go to your libraries, right? Like, where are people going for support on these things, where we can start talking about what's happening in our communities, what concerns we have, and how we can bring that and think about how to solve the problems that we're recognizing. But a lot of it's about starting from recognizing how you can engage in your community better, where people gather, what are things that people are worried about, where can we maybe move ourselves back into the physical space and talk to each other, and not just get into fights on neighborhood mailing lists.
Yeah, and I think back to the comment about language, I think we all need to do a better job of thinking about just activists as data activists, and this idea of it being somehow a different thing. Maybe one story I can speak to is that we worked with a gentleman in the city of Detroit who was an Uber driver who cared about public murals in that city. And he had just taken photos of a massive inventory, really, of the city's public murals on a variety of buildings. And he recorded just the location of these murals, the artist, if it was known, and a photo of all of those, and he had a blog. And to me, that was a neighborhood data activism. He was keeping this public inventory, and what we did to work with them was we structured this inventory of murals and created a civic data set out of it. So I think one of the things we need to do is think about, if our decision making in the public realm is going to become more data driven, we have to make sure that we're building systems that allow for sources of information that we might not right now think of as data to be ingested and then thought of as data. And so I think if that's something like talking to someone who's gone out and done a lot of observations of a space and teaching them how to use the Gale methodology to kind of record what they're seeing, or if that's taking information that's already been collected and structuring it, making sure it can work with other types of civic information. I think that's the work that needs to be done.
Great. Okay, there's a question right here.
Yes, thank you. So sometimes to me, I believe it boils down to who owns and manages the data. And you hear about this concept of data trusts and public-private partnerships. And I'd be interested to know what you think about that and how it is not just a way for government and private sector partners to work together, but also for citizens to contribute and opt out of certain observations, right? And I'd be interested to know too, what would the private sector panelists on the stage would think about that. Say, they bake it in, intelligence without surveillance and all that into your mission statement, but say you got acquired by some big company. That's a good exit for you, but is there any guarantee that they'll have the same principles and protect the data the way you were protecting it?
That's great. You want to kick this one off, Jennifer?
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. I think these are definitely areas that we're actively trying to build right now, not in isolation, but hopefully with the communities that we're in. I guess one small way of us doing this is it has become clear to us that we're getting a lot of feedback from maybe elected officials or community partners, but it's time to collect much more data from the people that might be detected by our sensors. We need that data. We have an idea just from people we talk to, but we need more of it and more from each community. So one idea that we hope to implement this year is to host digital spaces. Physical would be great too, but for sure to have digital spaces where citizens can provide feedback to us on anything, privacy concerns, items that they would like detected. Maybe there's a lot of rats, a lot of trash bags in that corner, whatever the specific nuances are for that community. We want to have that space where people can give feedback and also see what other people are saying. So it's a starting point. It's definitely not the solution, but these are some of the things we're thinking about right now.
Anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think to harken back to the idea of regulation, I mean, on the private sector side, I think the more something like a data trust or clear provisions about how data will be owned and managed is helpful to us. And so I think having that, I'd want that built into any contract that we make with the city, precisely to prevent that kind of scenario you were describing of something like an acquisition or other sorts of changes.
Great. Last question here. Yes.
Hi, folks. I appreciate hearing all the speakers talk a lot about working with the community, but I'm curious, or I'd love to hear from folks a little bit more about what exactly that means. Touching a little bit back on language again, I feel like inevitably when you initiate or when those conversations come up, there are imbalances in language, in access, and understanding. How do you reckon with those imbalances?
Great question.
I mean, I think I'll say, caveating this, I recognize it's really hard to do well, but if you are going to spend the time to do it, you might as well put in the effort to do it as fully as you can, right? So holding meetings where people actually can get to, holding them in the languages that are spoken in those communities, figuring out how to facilitate with translators and childcare, right, to make sure that people can actually participate fully, having them at times of day when you get a range of participants, having them at multiple times of day so that you're not just only getting people who can come after work or on a Saturday, because there are people who work on Saturdays, right? Recognizing the sort of fullness of what participating in your community and allowing community participation looks like, I think is sort of the first, it's a good process to follow if you're doing a consultation in that way. I think you can also think about how to have more creatively designed projects where the communities drive that process themselves. So like the Morris Heights project that I was referencing earlier, that was residents in the community deciding what they wanted to do and sort of facilitated by folks from CUNY. There was a project that we did a few years ago in in Red Hook, the project is still going, but they're running it on their own now. The Red Hook Wi-Fi project, that was all built by young adults in the neighborhood. It's still an ongoing thing. They have a program that's modeled after, there's some other folks here. I think there's a session in the next one about community networks. I would go to that. They have a lot of really good practices there around building up digital stewards in the community and having them actually lead the process themselves. So like, what does it look like actually if you were to let the community run the process and you just sort of helped and listened? I think is a really interesting question.
Great. Thank you everyone for your questions. Thank you panelists. Let's give them a hand for their wonderful remarks. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, everyone. Our next session starts at 2, so you'll have a 15-minute break. At 3, sorry. Going back in time.
Oh, the digital standard and ranking digital rights. Yeah, and I'll give you a card. I can give you a card. Digital standard is a consumer reports initiative, and then ranking digital rights is the Sure, yeah, no, feel free to email me. Yeah. Hi.
Okay, we're happy to share my
The only one, just, if you could just share with everybody to speak directly into the mic, but not keep it so close to your face that you're getting it, because I'm getting some sort, I can't figure it out. I was getting a lot of staticky stuff on that one, but also just to know.
Hey, Carly, hey, Lucy. So she was just giving info about the mics.
You mentioned about the mics. It's so close to your face. I can't figure out what was happening. I was getting some sort of a scratchy sound, like some sort of but also like just minimize the volume. So,
Lucy.
and if you start typing somehow is like a problem registers the sound while somebody else is talking.
For those of you who are here, amazing. You're in the right spot.
Okay, let's get rid of this one.
You might not be in the right spot. Trust me, guess we need a laptop. Cool, we're good.
The yellow one's been great. The purple one, I'm not so sure. This one.
I'll give this one to you as soon as we start.
So are we just using one?
We're just using one. Also adjust the. No, you can the yellow one and the purple one. Oh, red one was actually funny for me. Yeah.
And I can do some like basic talking to people.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, because then you move into the HTC. So what's the deal with the mic?
So, don't be on your phone. Is the one deal. It's sensitive, I guess. I'm gonna like pick up on.
So I guess if you want to pass one down. Yeah. Yeah. Just real quick.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Is this? No. Definitely works.
This on?
Hello. You're not using this. Pam, you didn't want to use the red one? You didn't want to use the red one? It had its moments. Hello.
I just disconnected the red one.
Cool. Welcome back, everyone, to the live stream and everyone who's in the room right now. Our second session of the afternoon is Fighting Tenant Harassment with Open Data. It's a primer on what tenant harassment is, some of the work that's currently being done, and how you can join the fight. Please welcome our speakers, Dan from Just Fix NYC, Carly and Alex from the Mayor's Public Engagement Unit, Lucy from ANHD, and Abe from Canva Homebase. As a reminder to our attendees who are in the room, if you want to submit questions and remain anonymous, and those online, please go to slido.com and use the hashtag NYCSOData. Dan and Carly, I'll hand it off to you.
Thanks so much, and thanks everyone for being here today. We're really excited. This is meant to be just a general overview of both the world as we see it in our day-to-day work, as well as the things that we're really excited about at the moment in the world of open data. So, Carly, I'll hand it over to you.
Awesome, thanks. So to give some primer of what is housing data and like kind of what the main housing issues are, we usually kind of think about things in terms of two types of main questions. So the one being about, can I find an affordable place to live? And the other one about like, am I at risk of losing my current housing? So while most of us do the first question as well, this panel is mostly about that second question, isolating it to, if I have housing already, am I at risk of losing it? So from 2010 to 2017, in New York City, rent was twice as fast as wages. And that also corresponds to over half of people in the city being rent burdened, and then 1 in 3 being severely rent burdened. So that means that they paid more than 50% of their income in rent. So one of the biggest checks against this in terms of keeping housing is rent stabilized units. And so that means that when you have a rent stabilized unit, they can only increase rent by a small amount each year. And then when a tenant leaves, then the landlord can then increase it by 20%. Once it hits a certain amount, right now it is $2,744.76, it now becomes an unregulated unit. That now means that they can increase the rent limit at any point, not at any point, any time in the lease, at any amount that they want. And that means that they also have less protections for tenants that live in those units.
Great. So yeah, and as Carly was saying, the sort of term that we have for this in the sort of housing policy context is called vacancy decontrol. And we see this as one loophole of many in our current rent system that really incentivizes displacement in the current sort of context of the subsidized housing market. So, leading into sort of what tenant harassment is and what it looks like is oftentimes it can be both explicit activity as well as sort of implicit activity, like something like neglect, where the landlord has a clear financial incentive for tenants who are typically paying less or paying what is more affordable to them in their livelihood, are incentivized to displace those tenants for the sake of conversions, deregulation, and higher rates of affordability. Simply, they can make more money with more affluent tenants. And we see this at JustFix in sort of two sort of key categories in terms of displacement. We see what happens formally through the housing court system in terms of evictions, and oftentimes evictions that might be frivolous or wrongful. It's not as simple as a narrative as the tenant simply can't pay the rent. Oftentimes, they might be withholding their rent from a severe lack of services. The landlord might just be more knowing that by sending a tenant to housing court, that's so burdensome and prohibitive of a process that they're going to get what's called a default judgment. The tenant might not be able to take off from work to go to housing court, and they're going to lose the apartment anyway without even getting their fair day in court. Sort of the other half of this equation, which was what we call the informal tactics of harassment, is driven by a lot of the work that we see in our daily practice of how we are trying to identify this through data. So we've heard, at JustFix, we've worked with over 10,000 individuals over the past 3 years who are experiencing or reporting these types of landlord harassment tactics. And this can be something as severe as repeated lack of heat in the wintertime. It can be structural defects, pest infestations, mold issues that they are simply allowing to happen or they're not proactively addressing in the context of the tenants living in this rent-regulated housing. It's really a large number of issues that also equate to the identity of where the tenants are coming from. So this is a huge issue in immigrant communities. We hear firsthand all the time from tenants who say their landlord threatens to call ICE on them if they try to enforce their rights, bring the landlord to housing court. Harassment is a very severe issue, and it's one of the main reasons why we're losing affordable housing here in New York. And it goes without saying, or it should go without saying, that this is something that disproportionately is affecting communities of color, long-standing multi-generational neighborhoods and gentrifying areas, and folks who are non-native English speakers, who it's even more difficult for them to know how to report these issues or fight back against them. And we see this on both this very individual level of what is preventing an individual, a parent or a family from getting just to have a stable sort of livelihood here in the city, as well as on a macro level. This is how gentrification happens. This is how we're losing affordable housing here in New York. So with all that in mind, we're going to talk about what we're doing about it.
Yeah, so how are we trying to fight it? We're getting to the point. So we all up in, I am the director of the Public Engagement Unit Data and Analytics team, and I have Alex with me, who's a data analyst, and we're also with Just Fix NYC and ANHD and Canva, and all of us, even though we have some of us in the public and some of us in the private, we're all kind of trying to achieve the same goal of proactive outreach to prevent tenant harassment, or fight against it. Yeah. So a little bit about Public Engagement Unit. So we are big on meeting people where they are, not waiting for them. What that means for me is that I come from a background of I worked as a legislative aide for a state representative in Massachusetts, and I spent a lot of time doing constituent services of exactly that we did outreach to some extent, but a lot of the typical type of constituent services is waiting for people to come to you and doing what you can to help them. So I love what we do at Public Engagement Unit because we actually go out and find the people that don't need, maybe they don't know what is available to them. They might be disgruntled from government in the past, and we actually seek them out and see what we can do to help them. And we mostly focus on healthcare, civic engagement, and housing and homelessness prevention. And so I'll turn to Alex. Alex does most of our tenant support unit work.
Thanks, Carly. So I am the analyst for the tenant support unit that helps. So I help organize all the outreach data that we do collect and all the information that we get on various housing issues that we find. So with the tenant support unit, we are able to work in 20 different zip codes around the city in all 5 boroughs, and we've kind of narrowed down our universe of buildings and people that we think are most able to benefit from our help to among these 7,000 plus buildings that have at least one rent stabilized unit inside of that building. And therefore, in all of those buildings, we found that there are almost 150,000 units in those buildings. So as the tenant support unit, our model is to proactively go out and reach them, which involves having specialists go door-to-door canvassing, knocking on the door, speaking with as many tenants as possible, to then, it's fine, to find as many people who are facing these types of harassment, where the landlord is trying to convince these people to leave the building so that they can flip over the rent-stabilized building and to eventually become a market rent building. So we use a lot of different data in order to kind of create this universe for us to reach out to, but then we also create a lot of data just from the outreach that we do and the cases that we find of people experiencing these issues, and then the outcomes that we find from after working with them for periods of weeks, spreading all the way up to over a year and a half of working with these people who are facing various issues from fake evictions, real evictions, repair issues, being eligible for vouchers. So the first half of what we do is finding these people, and the second half is really that they're become caseworkers and social services workers, connecting them to city services that they're eligible for that they may not know they're eligible for. Some people don't know that they're in a rent-stabilized building, and they're able to then request to see do I have these rights by living in a rent-stabilized unit, and building from there, just make sure that they get all the eligible services all the services they are eligible for, and know all the rights that they have by living in this unit. So we build kind of our universe based on address data, 311 requests we look at fairly often because people are able to, independent of us, report that they're having housing issues. So when we see there's a spike of 311 requests in various neighborhoods or buildings, we make sure to go to those buildings as well. Census data, very helpful for any sort of demographic information across all of these neighborhoods, as well as the DHCR list of buildings with a rent-stabilized unit. So the state manages this list of all the buildings in the city and the state as well that have a rent-stabilized unit in it. They don't publish which units they are, but they publish which building has a unit in it. But then on the flip side, we also create and collect all this various data, including, did someone talk to us at this door? Are they facing any of these issues? And once they they decide to work with us, we help them submit 311 requests, which go over to HPD, and there's all these various tracking codes and numbers related to all those, and it really helps when building a case against a landlord to have all of these requests with HPD or 311 or any of these city services to build the best legal case to then prevent whatever harassment's going on or to prevent further harassment in that building. So again, with outreach, a lot of our public data we build into this canvassing tool that we've custom built to outreach to all these buildings inside New York City, and then also streamline that straight into case management so we know where all these problems are across the city. So if you're familiar with political canvassing for campaigns, it's a very similar tool where we cut turf every day, or not every day, but we cut turf. Specialists go to these buildings. Some buildings are hundreds of units, some are just 7 units. So we make sure we try to hit as many as we can. And in the end, we try to help as many New Yorkers as we can. So if you're facing any harassment, feel free to contact us or dial 311 to report any issues. And questions about how we work, welcome to take them after the end of the presentation.
Perfect. It's exactly 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great. So I'll talk a little bit about the work that we do at Just Fix NYC. We are an independent 501c3 nonprofit. We're actually a civic technology organization at our core. And we have sort of a dual focus. We provide a lot of services that tenants use directly to report these issues of harassment, to understand how to navigate some of the complex bureaucratic processes like getting an inspection from HPD or navigating the housing court process. But what I'm here to talk about today is the work that we do to support tenant advocacy organizations around the city. So we have a partnership network of about 40 different organizations that are usually doing on-the-ground tenant organizing work. And one of the biggest sort of data-related questions or informational questions that we've gotten over the years is sort of what you see here, which is, we'll be talking with a tenant organizer who's getting, reports of harassment in a particular building where they're working with tenants, and they have this question, which is, how do I know what other buildings in that neighborhood might have the same bad actor landlord who might be doing some of the same things? How do I know what other buildings the landlord owns? So using the open data that we had available, we looked at this as a data question. Landlords typically register with shell companies, like in a limited liability corporation, making them really hard to track. But through a lot of data analysis, we were able to find meaningful patterns that we could codify into building a tool for organizers. So it's called Who Owns What. You can access it by just going to whoownswhat.nyc. And pretty simply, you go to the site, you put in an address, and we will map out all of the other buildings that are going to be owner associated by the same landlord or management company. We're able to provide quick access to key data points in terms of what is the landlord's portfolio, what are sort of outstanding violations, evictions that have happened in the building over the past year. Understanding how that building might be losing these really crucial rent-stabilized apartments. All for, to have an easy tool in hand that organizers can use as part of their daily practice. So it helps with identifying patterns of behavior. We have some organizers that are huge fans of Excel, and so we just make it really easy for them to export the data directly. That's an important feature. The way that which Who Owns What is being utilized. So it's been live for a little over half a year now. We've seen really great turnout in terms of a large range of different users. Organizers, policymakers, legal aid folks who are building class action sort of group cases with this, journalists who are using it for more in-depth investigative projects and media, as well as trying to coordinate with folks in the city to how they can use this tool in their practice as well for more proactive enforcement, more early intervention when coming to tenant harassment, as well as this concept of city-wide level organizing. We have tenants that come to us who are coming from opposite corners of the city, but are experiencing the same tactics of harassment from the same landlord. And it's really, really difficult, or has been previously, to be able to coordinate on a city-wide level in that sense. So what we're sort of focused on now, again, utilizing open data to have better proactive indicators of harassment, is looking at things like how ownership change can influence the quality or responsiveness to tenant complaints in a particular building. Looking at how bad landlords might be buying up clusters of portfolios based on geographic basis. So on the map you see on the right, those different colors actually represent different years that a particular landlord was making investments. So we know, oftentimes to preempt a potential rezoning, like what's happening up in Washington Heights, Inwood, those red dots on the map, that landlords can often do what's called speculative acquisition, where they know they can be making a lot more money if the tenants are getting displaced, so they're going to buy up these rent-regulated buildings. And we know that that should be an indication that tenants could be likely to be getting harassed there, because it just doesn't make financial sense for the landlord to have bought these buildings for that price otherwise. And I apologize, it gets super wonky really quickly. And that's your cue.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, speculation on rent-stabilized buildings is the worst. We've been working on that with Just Fix a little bit. So my name is Lucy Block. I work at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, also known as ANHD. I am a research and policy associate there. I've been there for a little over a year and a half, and the main project that I work on is called DAP, or the Displacement Alert Project, which I'll be talking about today. You can see the URL there. All of the DAP tools, except for the one that is not public, are available at displacementalert.org. And we've got some awesome hashtags there for you to look at, but let's go to the next slide. Now on the next slide, I'm remembering I was going to say who ANHD is. So ANHD is an umbrella organization for basically nonprofit affordable housing developers in the city. We have about 100 members, not only housing developers, also organizing groups. The criteria for membership is basically to be a neighborhood-based group that works on ensuring the right to housing for low-income, low-wealth communities of color in New York City. Also groups that work on equitable economic development, but really it's like stable neighborhoods and the right to live and thrive in New York City for communities that are historically marginalized. We've been around for about 40 years. This slide is to frame our work. So here's some overall guiding questions that I have come up with that I think are critical to ask for anyone who's working on policy or data, really just like in the world of affordable housing, if you want to put it in quotation marks, affordable housing, like the right to housing. Who is most impacted by the problem? We've gotten into that already. How do the tenants who are most at risk of displacement experience harassment and displacement pressure on a day-to-day level? I think Dan got into that. I mean, you saw a picture of a cat wrapped up in blankets. Like, I think that's pretty demonstrative of actual experience. So backing up a little, and zooming out a little bit, what is the regulatory and policy context that leads to systematic displacement of already marginalized communities? So I could talk about this for hours, we don't have time, but in order to understand the problem, we have to look at the history of this policy, particularly at the state level, more recent history of everything the city's been doing to try to compensate for issues at the state level that have been around since the 90s and that people are fighting really hard right now to overcome with this current rent regulation fight. ANHD supports the Housing Justice for All campaign, which you can look up on the internet. And then the most important question, what are grassroots groups identifying as the root causes of displacement, and what are the necessary solutions? And then we build our data and technology from there. Here's the river of DAP. So you can see two big upstream parts of the river. On the top is this private sector that Dan was referencing. If we're worried about speculation, it happens at the highest level. Sorry, it actually starts with the government, so that's bank regulators. Then you have banks, then you have buyers or investors. Local government comes into the picture as well, and both of those kind of come to a head at the landlord level. We're focusing on private landlords. Obviously, the state can also be a landlord. Oh, I only have 2 minutes. I'm going to talk faster. Okay. You can see the rest of the picture. Dan, could you go to the next slide? Okay, here are our tools for the DAP project. You can see they intervene at different points of the river of DAP. Next slide. Okay, so here are two public interactive tools. DAP Map is very pretty. It's an online map. It was our original tool, and you can search by building. You can get links to a lot of agency websites, and it also has 4 risk layers. So we're really trying to identify, put data together in a way that indicates particularly high risk of tenant harassment or displacement at the property level. District reports are similar, but they're meant to be a really actionable tool for tenant organizers. So you can go to the next slide. Here's just like a little graphic animation of DAP at work. I recommend looking at it on a computer rather than a phone if possible. Let's just let it play through, because I think I have time for that. We'll let it loop. I'm very proud of having made a GIF animation, but you can see kind of searching for a building, clicking on the properties, you can change the risk layers. There's about 500 megabytes of data on Carto in this map. It's a lot. We have data for every single one of the 860-ish thousand properties in New York City. You can click on any property in the city and get something. So this is the tool for tenant organizers. This is the outreach tool. It's wonky. There's a lot of stuff in there. I recommend checking it out. It's split up into community districts, and you can look at data by month. It's a report that lists buildings, rent-stabilized buildings that have a particularly high risk of displacement or harassment. We have 5 different risk indicators in the reports. And then just because I didn't put a slide in here, but what's next on our front, we actually have one of our contracted developers here, Kylan Zhang, who's in the audience, who's working on something called DAP Portal, which is going to be like way more sophisticated from a technological. I mean, I think this stuff is pretty cool that I had a big role in making, but we have like real coders working on a new thing that's going to be even better and come out in the next couple of months.
That's me. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Abe Solberg. I am the program analyst with Canva Homebase, and Homebase is a homelessness prevention program in all of New York City. It provides comprehensive case management services to folks who might be experiencing a housing crisis. One of the Homebase rolled out in about 2004, and it's administered by different community-based organizations. So although it is a city program, I work for a community-based organization called Canva. We operate in most of Brooklyn and Staten Island. And I've been here for about 9 months, and one of the things that we try to do is, my position is trying to target our outreach. So I have got a bunch of transitions on this slide, Dan, so probably just keep them coming. So between 2007 and 2017, I'll tell you, all right, pause there for a minute. Let me catch up, and then we'll go it again. So the homeless, the shelter population skyrocketed by about 80%, over 80%, I think it's 82%, between 2007 and 2017, and that's for a majority of reasons, some of which have to do with shelter eligibility, and some of which have to do with the way the housing stock has fluctuated in New York City. New York City, more than any other city in the country, by about 3 times, evicts 3 times the amount of people in New York than any other city in the country. Indianapolis is the second one. But that's still relatively rare. Only 1.6% of renters will happen to be evicted in a year in New York City. And that's not even in the top 150 for percentage-wise in large cities. So although we're evicting a ton of people, it's still, finding a needle in a haystack. And to extend that a little bit, evictions only occur in less than 5% of residential buildings in New York. So it's still relatively very rare. Yeah, next slide, or next little note. What does that one say? Oh, and informal evictions are actually twice as common as formal evictions. So when Dan was talking earlier about, going through the legal system, that's about 25% of forced moves, and about 50% of forced moves is informal. So that's when a landlord might tell you, you have to move, you're back on your rent, and if a tenant doesn't know their rights or kind of gets scared, then they will. And that's considered an eviction, but it's not legally carried out by the legal system. Next little dot. Cool. And then nearly 10% of all shelter entry comes from just 30 census tracts in New York, so this is disproportionately impacting a lot of communities of color, especially in Brooklyn and in Staten Island. And I think next slide. Oh, what does that say? Oh yeah, research, sorry. Research suggests that the neighborhood you live in and that the actual building you live in is a predictive indicator. So home-based, Canva at least, we only have 3 outreach workers. So what we're trying to do is find those spots, and here, actually, yeah, next slide. So our goal is to identify the neighborhood and building level factors that actually allow us to predict displacement, to indicate displacement, and then, next transition. Thank you. And then to try to effectively use machine learning to target those buildings. So to find those 5% of buildings and send our, like you said, cut turf, get to those buildings, knock on doors, educate people about their rights, and try to utilize our resources in the most effective way to get to the people who we really need to be impacting. So what we've done is we've built a machine learning model, which does not yet have a name, that's actually trying to predict risk across our service areas, which is that bit of Brooklyn and all of Staten Island. And we've compiled over 175 different variables, taking a lot of inspiration from the work Lucy's done with the Displacement Alert Project to get some of our indicators, using a lot of the work Dan has done with Who Owns What to figure out different owner profiles and assess those as risk. Maxwell's in the audience. He's been super helpful with a lot of the R code. So building off help of a ton of different people to put together this tool that then allows us to try to go ahead and predict risk and actually get to those buildings. So you can see how our risk profile kind of breaks down in Brooklyn, and that's every building that's registered as a multiple registration dwelling, so where someone's renting, basically. And we found a couple interesting things from this. One of the ones that I think is more fascinating is that larger owner profiles, so the stuff Dan's compiled with Who Owns What, are more predictive of displacement. So if an owner has 20 buildings, each one of those buildings is more likely displacing someone than if an owner just has one building. And that tracks with a lot of what you'd hear about, over-leveraged landlords trying to get out everything they can from a unit, and also with what tenant organizers would tell you, saying, if the landlord's not in the community, they're more likely to just be displacing people. So some of the next steps for this are trying to build it out a little bit more. Right now, this is only set up for Brooklyn and for Staten Island. So one thing that we're working on is trying to make it accessible across a wide range of housing stock and actually be able to equip it with tenant organizers, have it be more practical throughout. We're also, in that vein, trying to get it to update automatically. So every time there's a new 311 violation, every time a new HPD violation goes in, we're able to track that and our algorithm changes a little bit. So that's kind of the next goal for that. The eviction prediction machine, I like that.
The eviction prevention machine.
Oh, prevention machine, I like that. Sorry, so there's, so that's kind of what the next steps for it are. And also trying to consider what indicates a legal eviction and an informal eviction. So how can we actually get there before and be getting to those twice as common informal evictions where we can really sometimes be of the most help. So yeah.
Speaking of collaboration.
And yeah, speaking of collaboration, so one thing that Dan, Lucy, and I are all part of is called the Housing Data Coalition. And we are a group of nonprofits and activists and organizers and individuals who are interested in preventing sort of an alternative vision for housing data. So whereas a lot of real estate is fueled by big data and speculative real estate, we want to present an alternative that will allow us to utilize data to actually keep people in their communities and fight for housing justice. So we've worked really well. You can see there's a gallery of our tools on the website. If you go to the website, different tools people have built in coordination with the Housing Data Coalition. Yeah, Lucy.
I was going to say, I feel like we owe a lot to BetaNYC in the origination of the Housing Data Coalition, which was 2 years ago. Just want to thank BetaNYC for that.
Cool. Great. So the last thing we'll sort of mention as part of the Housing Data Coalition, we wanted just to open up as much of the time for the session to sort of questions and discussion with you all as possible. But just as sort of a starting point, we got really excited about this presentation because this is some of the only opportunities that we have of us as sort of nonprofits to actually engage with folks from within the city around, what we have are essentially very shared practices. And one of the most exciting things about that we've been sort of developing at the Housing Data Coalition is also having better sort of lines of communication and a more streamlined sort of workflow with folks inside city who know the data, who have access to the data, who know the wonkiness to the data. And that's been something I think really exciting to grow as part of as a community, is that it not having this sort of siloed relationship between advocates and the city. Essentially, we have a shared mission of securing affordable housing, and there's not that many housing data nerds in the world, and so we figured it's best to sort of.
Like there's a surprising amount.
Yeah, it's more than we thought, but still not. Cool. So we wanted sort of just the first point of discussion. And then we really want to leave it open to you all, is just sort of, talking a little bit about some of the opportunities and, to be frank, challenges in how we can more closely coordinate our efforts.
I don't know if anyone wants to kick it off.
Yeah, I think on like the city side of things, I think it's thank you to the organizers for deciding to put us together. It's kind of cool that a lot of us just met today, and it's been a nice opportunity to actually like start having some conversations about like how we could potentially collaborate more. Like as an example, like in talking about this presentation, like we realized that a lot of our outreach specialists use the Who Owns What tool, and actually one of the outreach specialists when I was telling her about this panel was saying, I just found out about it recently and I don't know how I did my job without it, and like I use it all the time, I use it every day, and it's just like it's this essential piece of my work. And so it's like finally like it's good to have a conversation with you and like try to connect more about how like more of our specialists could use it, or like what the use cases would be.
Right, and you know, for us it's something that's so exciting to share. And sort of the reasoning why our work is entirely open source, it's entirely available. You know, our primary users for the Who Owns What tool are the tenant organizers that we work with, but just getting an understanding that, you know, by leaving these tools open, we're allowing folks, you know, from a large sort of cross-sector community to be able to take advantage of them as well.
Well, I now have a question for my co-panelists, because I just reached over and I said, like, wow, it'd be really interesting to see if there's overlap, like how much overlap there is between the district reports and the buildings that Alex identifies. And you said you use the reports. So could you just, do you like copy and paste the website into an Excel document? How do you, like, how do you use them?
Sometimes. So I do look at the displacement alert project fairly often when directing outreach of like, where should we go? We do try to hit everyone in our universe, which is pretty large across our 20 zip codes. But when I see something pop up of when I go to either the displacement alert project or I just look at 311 and pull that information as well, it has been helpful just to see what, because you can export your stuff off Excel, into Excel. I don't know how I've done it then.
Copy and paste.
Yeah, copy and paste.
Works pretty well.
Yeah, so I've definitely done that then, just to see what fits into our zip code, because we are fairly limited geographically. We can't, you know, cross the street to do outreach here if it leaves the zip code that we're able to work in. But if it matches with our geographic turf, then we definitely kind of put it into our outreach decision workflow.
Is it okay if I talk for a second about how we developed the reports and why we decided on the thresholds? Because I think it's relevant to the conversation. I had done a fellowship at Cypress Hills LDC for a year from 2016 to 2017 while I was in grad school. That was after they went through a neighborhood rezoning. It was the first of de Blasio's rezoned neighborhoods, and Cypress Hills is like a very embedded community organization in that neighborhood. They saw an uptick in tenant harassment as soon as the rezoning announcement happened, and they don't have like the highest percentage of rent stabilized. It's like a lot of smaller houses in that neighborhood, but it was a big problem, and so their tenant organizing department conceptualized this project. They wanted a grad student to build an early warning system using available data so that they could predict where tenants were at high risk of displacement. I worked there for a year, and then I just interviewed other organizers around the city to try to develop a tool after that that would be applicable to like across New York City neighborhoods. And we have a color coding system. So we have 5 different risk factors that are based on conversations with all those organizers, and then the properties are color coded, which you can see if you go on the website if they meet multiple risk factors. And I've heard organizers say they just tend to go to like the red, orange, or yellow properties first, and they tend to find like a building that needs a tenant association.
Well, and I think both of you brought up something that we wanted to also call out as well, which is a massive challenge, and you know, sort of in the interest of hashtag keeping it real, which is, you know, sort of these questions around turf. You know, right now we're sort of illustrating a lot of programs that are doing outreach to tenants, and you know, something that's a clear observation that I would ask my fellow panelists to speak to is, you know, there's definitely times in which tenants are getting their door knocked on by a lot of different people from a lot of different places, and how we could potentially find opportunities around that.
Yeah, there's someone in the room who can confirm that constituent service staff at council member offices will say, I do not know where to send tenants. If I send it to the CBO, the community-based organization, the group that's been around for 100 years, the group that's been around for 3 years, the volunteer group, or TSU.
That's, yeah. So I think to the point of everyone is knocking on everyone's door, like it's a good problem to have in some respects, where it means that we're all sort of on the right page, it would indicate, if everyone's coming to the same door. I think where we have room to improve is trying to collaborate more in those outreach efforts. Actually, I think we collaborate a lot in terms of tool building, especially in talking methods, like with the HCC, and I know Alex and I had met one time to talk about machine learning earlier, like a long time ago in the process of doing this. But then once it comes to utilizing those tools, like how can we better, go out in the field, not just from behind the computers, but actually when we're out in the field, what can we do to be more effective there?
Can we have audience members who know them more about, like who do this, weigh in on this question?
If anyone feels like they are aching to speak to it, I don't see why not. I mean, this is pretty much as far as we came in terms of planning this thing out. So like, we'd love to start to gradually transition into hearing what you all have to think too.
I just think that what we're talking about, ANHD is much more an organizing, advocacy, and policy organization than it is a data or tech organization, and we support all of our groups and have for decades in doing this work. I think, I'm kind of thinking about what the executive director would say right now. It's that the groups tend to have their terrain that they're used to operating in. That does not mean that things are rosy in every neighborhood. That also doesn't mean that every neighborhood is covered by strong tenant organizing groups, because it absolutely is not. There are big gaps all over the city. What we're talking about is an issue more in some places than others, and it's an issue that can be aggravated by the city allocating money for more outreach without figuring out, what the current landscape is of organizing, and without consulting with the groups that have been there for decades.
And we'd just love to hold space for our friends within the city and how they would see this as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that, in terms of the zip code limitation, we definitely want to, have an effort to hit all of the doors, just in terms of thinking about, equity of, okay, if we prioritize one building, then we're leaving out another potential building. And I think, we've definitely run into that a lot of, I think what Abe was speaking to with his coming up with the model. We, in terms of, us kind of thinking through potentially if we would use a model to do outreach targeting, it's even geographically by borough, we have teams that work in each borough, and how do we make sure that that model is prioritizing within each borough? Because otherwise, it might just only be in Wood right now because of the rezoning, and so I think definitely that's a thing we're thinking through, but also kind of limited to the zip codes. And do you have something else to say about the zip codes?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay.
Yeah, we do get cases coming from outside of our zip codes when just agencies refer people who are facing harassment to us, and we'll take it on. But part of the reason why that we are limited to these zip codes is that there is city funding for legal support for people facing harassment in these zip codes that we can connect them to. In cases that are outside of these zip codes, we can't give them as much support as we can for cases inside of the 20 zip codes I had on the map earlier.
And we have a question.
Well, a question or a comment. You asked about how to get the community more involved. I'm here, I'm Rich Mintz on behalf of Manhattan Community Board 6. We are a pretty activist community board on this issue. I'm on the housing committee, and our district manager and assistant district manager trained us all on these tools. So I'm familiar with all this stuff. I'm wondering if one of the ways to increase the leverage is to go through the community boards to empower, teach, and train those people. And if you've done that, what kind of response you've had?
Yes and no. I think it depends on the community board. I think it is pretty publicly agreed upon that every community board is different, that there's a total unevenness across the city in the amount of capacity, expertise, and representation that each community board has for its district. I did a presentation to the housing committee in East Harlem. I presented to all the Manhattan Borough. Gale Brewer is amazing and supports all of this work. I got to present to Manhattan district managers, and I also presented in Brooklyn. There are just limits to the interest, I think. And that's because community board members are volunteers. They're expected to do a million things. And it, what we're talking about today is more of a problem in some neighborhoods than others. Some neighborhoods, I live in Elmhurst, it's a pretty stable neighborhood, for example.
And for us, if you asked this question on Wednesday, I would say, we just talked to the Brooklyn Borough Board, because we're doing that on Tuesday. But I think one of the more complicated issues, not just in training these things, is the way people talk about them is a big one. In order to get people to really effectively use these tools and leverage them, there's housing, like Dan said earlier, is obviously super, super complicated and wonky. And so like being able to try to articulate a vision where everyone's on the same page, where, supportive housing units for folks who are just leaving shelter aren't combating affordable housing units in a community, because these are, one side of the same coin, but people don't necessarily see it that way. Extending rent stabilization conversations to also all affordable housing conversations, because those are not necessarily the same thing, although they are really important. And I think some of those issues get almost can be intimidating in a way that prevents people from necessarily being able to get fully into it, if that makes sense.
I think we have so much room to grow in terms of linking the issues of homelessness and our affordable housing crisis in like the world that we operate in, and also in thinking about public housing as being part of our city's housing system. It's 400,000 people out of 8 million, about a 20th of the city lives in public housing, and because of the different regulatory structures, different data structures, we pretend as if it's like a different city, like NYCs is a different city. It's not, it's the same friggin' city.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. It's been really interesting. I had 2 quick questions. It's a really hot mic. The first one is, so you all mentioned having multiple organizations, agencies, people get to people's doors. How would you describe the differences in tactics and approach of each of those different people who are getting to the door, right? So there's going to be some groups that are more confrontational, some more legal, some more service focused, some that are building towards a social movement. What are the differences between your approaches, and what do you think is most effective? Which might be a reason why you might want some to get there first, or not, depending on your political views. And then the second thing I wanted to ask is just how do you think about, there's the discussion of in large part putting the data into a database that's accessible and open as a positive thing. I think that's absolutely undoubtedly true. I think I'm from LA, and there's been a lot of discussion from advocates in the city around, rent stabilized units there. And one of the repercussions that people were thinking about was, would this accelerate the market in terms of not only people using to defend themselves, but also landlords, real estate agents who may not have access to huge databases, but also potentially incorporating their own decision-making process. So could you talk a little bit about that process of deciding how to govern that data, how to release that data, how it might affect or accelerate the market?
Yeah, it's a really great question. So I'll speak briefly on 2 of those fronts, and then see what.
That's enough for us to go for the next 15 minutes. So
yeah,
let's try to keep it to 5. Yeah.
On the first one, this was something that we really wanted to sort of call out, having this opportunity to speak together, because it's something that we hear directly from a lot of organizers, especially given that TSU is sort of relatively new, it's only been in the past couple years, that the city has been doing more proactive outreach to tenants who are facing harassment. And one of the prevailing things that we hear a lot from organizers is just wait, what's going on? Where are they working? What are they doing? And so I think it's just, even on very basic levels, just having shared understanding of the different strategies, because we acknowledge that organizers are really focused on building collective power and focused on root cause issues of how loopholes in our rent laws are allowing, incentivizing this harassment on the hands of bad landlords, and building stronger tenant associations, and doing things that really get at the root of from a larger issue. And I'm sure that the TSU folks would also say that their focus is on really providing immediate aid, which is also critical in a lot of these situations. They can speak to it better. On the second sort of part, that's something that has been really, really fascinating about our work at the Housing Data Coalition. All of the work that we're doing is built on top of pre-existing open data sets. And the value that we're adding is we're finding, shared practices to bring a lot of disparate data together. So, our databases are using 12 different data sets from 6 different agencies, both city level, state level. Each one has its own way that it codifies and identifies different buildings and stuff like that. And so there's a lot of value being added to our work in just creating a simple place for folks to access data. But it's actually really posed really interesting questions among the Housing Data Coalition around how open source policies can,
potentially allow the same sort of value to be used on a speculative side. We don't have like a clear answer for that. Part of it is, kind of going back to the roots of open source ideology, which is saying, who owns what, being open source increases its credibility. You can see how we did our math. You can see how we mapped out these landlords based on shell companies, and we think that there's power in that. The last thing I'll mention is the point that is running away from my brain that I'm forgetting about, which is, like just how we see our work as being, trying to counteract what is a multi-million-dollar real estate tech industry that uses this open data, gets venture capital funding to build tools like Property Shark being one of the biggest examples, and that our tools are really just opening up that access in an already unequal sort of dynamic where tenant groups just haven't been able to have that previously.
I'd like to echo that. I agree with that. I see the collaboration of HGC as being like our counteracting force to what Dan is describing. I'll say that every organization that's involved in HGC builds its own tools on top of the data infrastructure and makes its own decisions about how public to make everything, because of exactly this concern that any data that can be used to build like tenant power and tenant associations can be used to speculate on the property and get those tenants out of their buildings. So it is a real concern. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything on to that, but on the other question of like different tactics that get used, I have things to say about it, but I'd be really curious to hear from TSU and maybe even Abe before we talk.
Yeah, I think it's like, you definitely touched upon kind of two separate points that I think all kind of wanted to hit anyways, so thank you. So I think like with like how we're different, I think like having it funded by the city is a sustainable way of like making sure that this work is funded and that we have the resources to do it. And so I find that to be like a super powerful thing about the city taking on the work. And in terms of like how we actually do outreach, I think I am probably not the best one to speak to it because I'm the data person and not the one in the field. But I think we do kind of take a lot of the same approaches, and it's kind of interesting, like the way that you bring up like the same people hitting the same doors. Like I come from political campaigns, and it's always like we have that issue, but we can't solve it because you can't legally coordinate. And so it's kind of like interesting to think about that same problem existing with like all of us potentially hitting the same people. In terms of like the open data question, we were kind of all talking about that. I think there's also I told Mitsue in the back from MODA that I was like going to give her a shout out for this. I think it's like also a misconception that we have all this extra data that other people don't have, that like Housing Data Coalition doesn't have, and we kind of are constantly struggling to come up with like getting more data within the city and data sharing agreements within the city. And so Mitsue has been like amazing at MODA to try to kind of like spearhead getting analysts to talk to each other and actually like share more data within each other.
Wait, the tactics question. Did we get to that?
I was going to say, are there any more questions?
Yeah. We didn't,
does anyone else have, or we can keep talking?
Wait, no, I want to answer the question from before.
Okay.
Yeah. Outreach methods question.
Outreach methods, known in organizing sometimes as tactics. Yes.
Yeah, I can speak a little on behalf of TSU's outreach methods. We mainly go through like door-to-door canvassing. We also attend various housing events. When there is a tenants association in a building, we go to those meetings as well, or if we have enough cases, enough interest inside of that building, we start the tenants association inside of that building. We also attend, like office hours at any elected officials in our turf across the city, but we kind of stop there. We don't like advocate for anything else. We are the city, so we don't advocate for laws changing within the city. But we try to find problems and connect them to whatever solutions they are relatively immediately.
But I do think also, like, I do see, like, songs sitting in the back from the Access NYC project. Like, so TSU also ties into that, too. If anyone of you went to the Access NYC project, they have an eligibility screener to kind of think through what else in government you might be eligible for. So, like, when, like, TSU, like, a big thing that they do is, like, just kind of problem solving at the door to think about, like, how can I help you in any way? And they definitely try to be this, like, liaison to government of like, we know that government has probably failed you, or like we know that you might have some kind of feelings either way about how government works for you, but we want to be this point of contact for you, and we want to help connect you in a way that's positive.
So I
want to open up for more questions. If
I'm gonna jump in.
You're gonna. You know.
I appreciate you, Dan. I would describe that as a case management approach. Whenever a tenant is facing, stop laughing, please. Whenever a tenant is facing really dire problems, I think there's a question as to whether they should try to overcome those problems individually, or whether an organizing approach where they are joining together with their fellow tenants in their property or across the portfolio of their landlord's properties, or in group with another kind of larger tenant union makes more sense. That's an individual decision for a tenant. Some organizations are more likely to route an individual tenant directly to legal services, or direct them, like having an advocate to call up HPD or DOB and yell at HPD or DOB on your behalf is very powerful for an individual tenant. ANHG supports capacity building for nonprofits that do organizing, so we support professional tenant organizers who tend to build tenant associations in a building, but they're always going to use a different strategy. Every organization is different, and ideally, a tenant association in a property level is a building block towards a larger campaign. So we have many organizations that are building tenant associations that are then engaging in the statewide fight to improve our rent laws. That's kind of the ideal scenario from ANHG's perspective.
Thank you. Other questions?
Thanks everyone for the panel. My question is around an additional data point that I wonder if any of you could shed some light on. You guys mentioned over-leveraged landlords as being a big driver of harassment. And I was curious if, and I know NHD has done a lot of work on Signature Bank and other banks financing these unsustainable loans to landlords that are fueling displacement, and if there's a good place, sort of a clearinghouse for tracking those. I know UNHP has done some work on that, but I'd be curious to hear if there are other resources.
Yeah, this is sort of, what did someone, I think Benjamin called this, like it was a white whale problem, like getting an accurate data point on this sort of speculation question. So just for the non-housing nerds in the room, it's essentially getting an assessment of how much the building has been bought for and how much money is the building making, right? If the building has been bought for way more money than could be possibly made through the current rent-regulated rents, then that's speculative. Then that's saying, okay, there's a chance or it's a likelihood that it just doesn't make financial sense for the landlord to not sort of be getting the current tenants out of the building. So clearly this is a massive, massive data problem to get a reliable estimate of that. We actually have been sort of coordinating as part of the Housing Data Coalition to get assessments from it. And I think some of the different strategies, even going into how we operate differently as organizations, is a concept of how precise do we really need to get? Can we get sort of napkin math, a level of saying, okay, this is obviously speculative, it's obviously not, versus, really being able to get into it, because frankly, the Department of Finance themselves don't necessarily have really accurate numbers or understandings in terms of sale price and some of those other things.
ANHG favors what's called a gross rent multiplier, which is used in the real estate industry, and there's some standards. There's some consensus that it's like a factor that the gross rent multiplier, if it's over 11, then it's likely a speculative sale. So we've been using that as a basis for a lot of the work we've been doing in the last couple of years.
And for folks who are interested, not in the ANHG, but just more about that, there's a really wide body of academic literature on the financialization of housing, it's called, the way people have started treating property as an asset to make money from rather than as a property. And there's been some really good work there that they've tracked a lot of this.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more to see pretty soon, actually, in the near term about just getting, we know that we're, especially on the Who Owns What tool, it's something that is really high on our to-do list. Cool. So we have about 5 minutes. I don't know if there's any final questions or comments. All right, so we got 2. Okay. 3. Oh.
Which one did you say? I
don't know. I'm not going to make that determination.
I think I saw a hand. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm actually working with Lucy, so I can also pass this on if
How about let's collect all 3 questions, speak to
Okay.
them, and call it a day.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so in brief, I guess, yeah, in the process of working on this tool for ANHD, we've been talking to like city council staff, and as Lucy mentioned before, one of the questions they often have is like, what groups have already reached out to these tenants? And those are questions that we can't answer because, again, like someone else mentioned, groups have different tactics and, you know, don't always agree with each other. So one of the questions I wanted to ask is from a strategy point of view, like what is the benefit of also having like closed data, like in addition to the open data that you have, and what are the times when you need to protect users, and also what are the times when politically strategizing between organizations you need to be able to plot like away from the public eye, and how could that also be embedded in the open data tools that you guys are building? So yeah.
I am involved in a community-based planning project in Bushwick, Brooklyn, which is where I've lived for a long time. And one of the big concerns is secondary displacement because of new market rate housing. And there's a potential rezoning going on, so there's a huge amount of conversation about that. Does your data show that pretty clearly? And also, can you add that in as a sort of, as a risk factor as you color code different buildings?
Thanks. I think there's one in the back there.
Hi, I work for the Department of Social Services, and so I know that we definitely work at times with like Homebase and with PEU as well. So I'm not always aware of all the things going on, but I'm curious whether you've explored the idea of incorporating social services data into your outreach protocol and things like that.
Case data?
Yeah, some case data. Like we know when benefits are ending for people, like public assistance, or if they have homelessness histories, things like that, that could show markers of vulnerability.
I would say the same thing. Data sharing, I would take any data I can get. Yeah.
Cool. So just to restate, we have the value and benefits of having closed data, and we're going to do this all in a minute. The value of closed data by second market rate,
Secondary
I'm assuming it's like sort of
displacement
new
and what?
luxury developments driving displacement, and using social services data.
We use some social services data. We get, because we're funded by the city, we get some city data. We also have looked into using the data that we collect in-house to help feed our model. Obviously, the more data, the better for this. All right, time's up, so everyone go through real fast.
I'm going to talk about secondary placement. There's a short answer. It's not perfectly and not in the way you wish it would. But I can talk to you more about that after.
Anything?
Yeah, and with closed data, obviously we all collect a lot of very personal, private information about all of our clients, and we can't really share any of that. But being able to share at some level, I don't know what that level is, to better coordinate where we are and what we're doing and how we're doing it, would be beneficial, but it is also difficult.
Please come find us. You have our emails now, and thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
So we have another 15-minute break, and then we'll be back at 4:15. Thank you.
turns out, no, there's actually a nonprofit called Housing for Answers. They have their own branding, but they weren't allowed to put their own branding on that sign. So it's like impossible to tell. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so, but yeah, incredibly helpful people that are basically there if you're like confused, which you will be, because housing for is Exactly. So, yeah, they're just like super friendly. Like, if you're on a machine or something, sort of like this godsend. Yeah, and so one of the things that we do actually is like shadow them. When we work with them, right? Partners are. Oh, no worries, yeah. I'm so excited because I've not had business cards for like 7 years, and so I'm just like going around here. Exactly, yeah. I used to work for the federal government for PPF, so they were just like, oh, if you want business cards, like, you lost your state, but they don't need all yourself. Yeah. I don't go super often. I've been there twice so far, and then shadowing someone. So yeah, I don't go like super. I know my band used to go like every day because I was like the whole. Because they came out of these Blue Ridge actions. So Blue Ridge is extremely, they're like extremely research. So they're all about like the band yourself, single life, attendance. I definitely recommend it. Something that, reminds me of there's an innovation lab from Boston called Brewer. One of the incentives they gave to work with other city agencies was that they would propose to an innovative solution. If it works, then we'll get all the credit. And if it fails, people will blame us. We don't have to blame us.
This is your "we have less than 5 minutes until the next session" warning.
Down to one mic.
Oh.
Okay.
Fatima, are you going to do the
Yeah, I'm just going to ask that really cool question and name and place of work. Slido, and then I'll pass it off. Should I pass it off to you?
Is that directly into the mics, but just not keeping it so close to your mouth? But at the same time, if you're turning your head, just to know you're not speaking into the mic and you start to fade. So, but do the best we can. Do you have a mic?
I'm gonna give them this one.
The green one?
Yeah. You took the red one out.
Oh, that was good. Okay, cool.
That one might be good.
Okay.
Yeah. This audio on it, then you get an echo. So I did as much.
I'll give them this one and then during Q&A I'll just I don't mind sharing. It's just when we have Q&A I still want to be so you'll have to like share it during Q&A. For now.
Sharing is that mic's been working the best of any of them.
Yeah. Some of them are fitting. Should we get not talking over each other? That's what I said. Sharing is important.
Yeah.
Should we get started? All right, if everyone could take a seat, we'll get started. Welcome back to the live stream for our third session of the afternoon, Teaching Civics Through Open Data and Computer Science with New York City's Department of Education's Computer Science for All and BetaNYC. Our panelists will explore a really interesting question that was in the description, which is, if information technology is one of the greatest powers to manipulate public opinion, how do we build frameworks for the future to be better than today? Our panelists are Brooke from Generation Citizen, Ilana from BetaNYC, Ankit from the New York City Department of Education, and Ramesh from BetaNYC. As a reminder to our attendees, if you'd like to submit questions online, please go to slido.com and use the hashtag NYCSoData, and anyone in the room who wants to submit questions anonymously can do so as well. I'll pass it on to Ilana to kick things off.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Ilana. So thank you to Data and Society for providing live streaming for today's event and this panel. Because it's the afternoon, we're going to keep our remarks short and try to really facilitate a discussion with everybody. So I'm going to have all of us start with a brief introduction about who we are, what the relevant project is that we're working on related to this topic, and why we do the work that we're doing. So.
Hi. I'm Brooke Wallace. I'm the program director with Generation Citizen, which is a national nonprofit, but I'm the program director for here in New York City. Generation Citizen really works on bringing civics into the classroom. We partner with middle and high schools to implement action civics throughout a semester. And so what action civics is it's an exciting pedagogy where students are leading their education and doing project-based learning on community issues they really care about. So through this experience, they're talking about community issues and thinking about making systemic long-term change in their community by choosing a policy goal and interacting with local government. Through that, they're enhancing their civic knowledge, skills, and most importantly, dispositions so that they are advocates for their entire life. The open data law is really important because a big part of what the students do is a lot of research to collect data so that they can advocate for their policy goal. And really our goal at Generation Citizen is to make sure that all students are receiving action civics so they can be engaged lifelong citizens.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ankit Patel. I work at the Department of Education on the Computer Science for All initiative, which is a 10-year, $81 million public-private partnership to bring computer science to K through 12. And so our main sort of the thing that we work on and do year in and year out is train teachers, in-service teachers that come from, they might be teaching ELA, math, social studies, science, technology, special ed, and we train them on different computer science curriculum. We create a lot of the curriculum and we spend a lot of time thinking about our professional development, one, because it's for all, so it's an equity initiative, meaning we have to find a way to bring this like rigorous computer science education to every single school. And so that in New York City means about 1,800 64 schools, I think. Yeah, a lot of schools. Every school is different. They implement things differently. Every classroom is different. And so we have to be really thoughtful in what we're bringing to those schools. And one of the major points that we did a lot of co-design in like sort of figuring out what our framework would be and how we would approach this. And one of the big things that came up over and over again is social justice and making sure that when we teach computer science, we have this, we put it in context. And so we've created this thing called the blueprint, which really the progression ends, the CS learning progression is defined by these perspectives, and it ends with this citizen perspective of understanding computing through the lens of being a good citizen. And so that means thinking about things like open data, but then also thinking about how systems affect our daily lives. Could be algorithms, could be algorithmic bias. I'm going to bring up that we try not to be overly critical and negative about these things and try to let students really form an opinion about it. I could keep going. I should probably stop at this point and let Ramesh introduce himself.
Hi, my name is Ramesh. I was formerly a Civic Innovation Fellow at BetaNYC, and now I do consultant work for Manhattan Community Board 1 at BetaNYC.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the Civic Innovation Fellow program at BetaNYC?
Yeah, so the Civic Innovation Program is, they recruit students all across the CUNY campuses, across the 5 boroughs, and they place they put us first through the first half of the semester. They do kind of a boot camp where they kind of introduce us to all things open data. So from there, we've learned how to look at and form our own data sets, manipulate the data sets, and do some kind of rudimentary analysis, mapping, of things of that sort. So as kind of a crash course into what open data is. And then the second half of the year, the fellows are kind of broken up into groups, and we get to kind of do projects that are, they do the best they can to kind of align our interests into a project that we kind of create together. So, so for instance, so one of the projects that I worked on was creating web tutorial videos for BoardStat, which is BetaNYC's data visualization tool of 301 data. They've done all sorts of other kind of, I've also done a lot of housing related stuff, which was kind of my interest, yeah, things along that nature, so yeah.
And I'm Alana Schneier. I'm the special programs manager at BetaNYC, and also I have my own consulting practice that works with nonprofits and local government on helping people work better together. My background is in community organizing. And I'm working with CS for All with BetaNYC on the Hack League, which I think has been mentioned a couple times today. It's a partnership with the CS for All initiative where we are encouraging middle and high school students to use open data to identify opportunities or problems in their own communities and then design solutions for approaching those problems. We've had we've trained over 100 teachers in New York City to participate. We've had about 65 schools participating around the city. We've reached definitely over 1,500 students, probably more, that have participated this year alone, and the projects are amazing. From students approaching how to handle vaping, to heat and hot water issues in their communities, to deer problems, to blocked driveways, and these are all sort of issues that were identified by the students based on data that they found in their local communities. So it's been a very exciting project around that. So the next question I'd just like to ask the panel quickly is, why do you do this work? There's many things that one could do in the world, and what motivates you to engage in this particular space?
We really have seen that especially youth are less engaged civically. And at Generation Citizen, we believe one of the root causes is the lack of civic education in schools. And if there is civic education, it's pretty boring, right? Just like rote memorization. Why does this matter to me? Like, I'm in middle school or high school. I don't really care about these topics. And so for us, we really want students to understand that it's important to be civically engaged, and all these decisions do affect you and your community. You know, if you have a parent or a grandparent that's not well, and you're not involved with bills and initiatives that are going on about healthcare, that's something that's going to affect you. If you want to go to school and the price of going to school is high, you're not going to go to school, and so forth. So really building the connection by starting where students are interested, and then having them do the research to figure out, oh, these are the systems that are making these decisions that affect something I actually care about, right? And that can be big or small. So issues range from poor quality of school lunch to sexual harassment and police brutality, right? So the students are deciding what they care about, and really it's our duty, it's to make sure that this is happening in school. So that's really why we believe it's important, and we're doing the work that we're doing.
Very similar reasons. Learning should be active, and it should give students agency. And so people talk about, especially when they talk about computer science, it's like, oh, we need to get all these kids to learn how to code so they can go be software engineers. And what is important is that they have agency, and they see themselves in their work such that they can go and find whatever it is that should be, whatever their calling is. And that just doesn't exist in school in a lot of places. And so CS for All is actually this really interesting opportunity to kind of do school reform in a way by introducing this completely new subject. Also, I just sort of hate computer science as in computers to some extent, and I want kids to be critical of that, so it's something I had to do.
So I'll expand on the theme of agency. Based on my experience, what kind of led me to kind of a civic-oriented work was the kind of lack of agency that I had in my personal experience. Going through, I was raised, undocumented parents, so we kind of inherently learn to kind of live in the shadows, and it's quite easy to get lost in the school system in that way, despite even doing earnestly, performing well. So I was in a predicament where I didn't feel like I had sort of any agency at all, and what, even the concept of college kind of seemed foreign. So despite, earning relatively good grades, and so it was quite difficult for me. I ended up joining the military, where I traded a form of agency, as far as what I would want to do with financial sort of agency, which kind of led me here, where at the program it was kind of really opening, because the feeling of now having that ability to kind of really immerse yourself into an issue that you care about. So one of the ones that I kind of did, I did housing because my parents have been housing insecure the whole time, based on partly on their immigration status and partly on other things. So to have, it was kind of therapeutic to have that kind of experience, to kind of be able to really kind of ruminate on all the things that are difficult. It's such a monumental problem. So the ability to take that interest and to actually, it certainly encouraged me to keep going in the program, but also led me to choose kind of this program relative to other programs that I might have chosen in another sphere. So yeah.
Thanks. And I'll just add in that I think a couple points that I heard here, the idea of this work as therapeutic, I think that there's something really powerful about organizing, and what I've heard a lot about today, which is designing with, not for, and that there's something very different about that. It's not that you come in with a solution, it's that you're actually working with people that have direct interest, and maybe it's the people themselves who have direct interest, and open data provides a unique opportunity to actually dive into public information that used to be once proprietary, or very expensive, or inaccessible, that now becomes public in a way. And for me, what's been very exciting about working with BetaNYC in the civic tech space is the idea of reform and government reform. And this seems to be a wonderful avenue for opening up government. And my particular interest in is, how do you open up government for people that aren't often represented in government or participating in government, and getting to work on youth, with the school, with public school students, with our CUNY students, has been amazing. And here's the hypothesis of our panel, which we're going to test out a little bit in the room, which is a couple assumptions. One, civics is important. People understanding how to engage civically is important, and an inherent value in our democracy. For a healthy democracy, you need a healthy citizen and engaged and educated populace. 2, if you give people opportunities early on in life, it will make them more engaged citizens later, whether that's education, whether that's an experience with the civic process. And if we do that, targeting people that aren't typically involved in government, we might have a more diverse government later. So those are some of our 3 assumptions on this panel, I think. And Brooke's going to build on that a little bit.
Okay, so since it's the end of the day and it's hard to focus on a Saturday, right? We're gonna we're gonna do some movement, and feel free to participate if you'd like, not mandatory. But I'm gonna list a couple questions about your civic engagement, and if you have participated in these civic activities, please stand up. Okay? So the first one is, how many people are registered to vote? Okay, I'll stand up too. Right, good. How many people, so for the next question, you'll sit down or stand up depending on whether or not you participated. How many people voted in the public advocate race? Yeah. If you didn't, you can sit down. I am very, wow, yes, the 9%, okay, yeah. Excellent. What about the midterm elections in November? All right. How many people have ever attended a community board meeting? Yes. How many people serve on a community board? I'm going to be real with y'all, all right? There's no shame. We're not shaming each other here. How many people have ever attended a neighborhood meeting? Met with their elected official. Actually met, like, you know, or went to, in any capacity. Any capacity. We'll keep that, yeah. Attended a rally. Worked on a campaign.
We can do any campaign, an issue campaign or a campaign for political office, campaign for legislative change.
All right, gathered petition signatures.
Political or otherwise.
Signed a petition. Given money to an issue campaign or a candidate. All right, we are a pretty civically engaged bunch in here. That was a thank you for...
Can I just, before you sit down, of those people, who, among those, if you could sort of stay standing, if you, any of these is going to be an end statement, if you had a parent who took you to vote with them, if you had a friend who was engaged in politics, if you were engaged, had a meaningful civics experience as youth, if you were engaged in a club or a group or something around that sort of taught you how to engage with civics. So, great.
That's interesting to see because it's not as many folks as I thought there would be, so you've taken some initiative on your own later, which is...
Yeah, which is sort of a question of what makes one start to get civically engaged, which is always a question, obviously, that political scientists are always trying to figure out, but I think we'll engage with that. So given that, I think I'd be curious if anybody we could maybe start on that a little bit as we sort of start to figure out with youth in particular, this idea of a next generation coming up in a different society than we grew up in. What are those ways to engage youth? What is effective? And sort of for the audience, if anybody had a meaningful experience they want to share that made them think about the need to be civically engaged. Or a question for us along those lines.
Just speaking for myself and then a lot of other people I know who, worked in sort of technology and for-profit businesses or startups and those kinds of things, and were looking for something more fulfilling. I know a lot of people that got into civics that way.
I'm curious how you engage with the nonpartisan/partisan elements when maybe say hypothetically one political party attacks government services or shreds them, and strengthening civics while this is our environment, that it's inherently political, whether you want it to be or not?
Well, I think with Generation Citizen, we really focus on everything being student-led, and we train teachers and administrators who are providing this curriculum to make sure that they are purely being student-led and as difficult as it can be, not leaning or directing students in a certain way. One of the things that we also provide professional development on for our teachers is making sure that the students have media literacy. And so that when they're looking up articles, when they're on Facebook and get different posts, they're researching where is that information coming from, and do they have a vested interest, just so that they can decipher that. I mean, it's really important that we're providing students the tools and the skills to do this on their own, and that's really what our curriculum and organization does, is give them the tools to make those decisions on their own. And it can be challenging for our teachers. We definitely do a lot of coaching and support because many of the topics are personal to the students as well as the teachers.
So yeah, that's a really good question, and it just echo that, like so for example, when we talk about privacy and consent and algorithmic bias with teachers, immediately they're like bringing their own experiences into that. And while that's good and it often is like really important to teaching to like bring that personal excitement, it can be really dangerous to form opinions for kids. They're growing up in this world and they have a very different sort of idea of these things. And so while I think this came up while we were training teachers around the on the Hack League, like there were like these political sentiments coming in, and it becomes this balance of something that you obviously should, bring your own passion to teaching, but at the same time really making space for students to build out their own ideas, formulate, and in providing those types of scaffolds is the word that teachers use, kind of help them get there on their own. It's difficult, and I don't think anybody really does it perfectly.
You still have any questions?
The idea of civic engagement for me is very personal, because I grew up for different consecutive governments that were totalitarian governments, first right-wing, then left-wing, in my childhood. Then came to the United States, and around 14, 15 noticed that here I was in America, where your dreams come true, and I was living in a neighborhood where that type of, like Tammany Hall, third world country was alive and well in the neighborhood. The way people voted, the way people were not informed, and that is what propelled me to not only be civically involved personally, but drag as many people with me, kicking and screaming, pointing out what the potential of the neighborhood was. A neighborhood that is now called an up-and-coming neighborhood, where people are being displaced left and right. I guess I didn't get to as many as I wish I had. So it's been very personal for me. And I don't hear people. I hear people who have had similar experiences as mine, because they were raised in other places, and they still kind of don't connect that it's happening to them again. And I'm not sure why they're not engaged, but their children need to be. So I work with a lot of young people, professionally and civically in the neighborhood, participatory budgeting, by any means necessary, getting involved with the repairs in the park, then renovations in the park, designing the new playground, so to get the kids to see that they do have a voice, that they can make a difference.
And thank you for that, Maria. And I think that a lot of what you were speaking about is in the design of both the Hack League and it sounds like in Generation Citizen, which is starting from a place where students are actually engaged and see themselves in the data or in the issue, or there's some connection point. It's not just starting with, let's tell you about the structure of the government and the history of like how a bill becomes law, all that stuff, which for some kids that works really well, right? Some kids are totally down with understanding the structures, but for those that aren't, there needs to be other ways in. And then on top of that, which I think speaks to what EM was asking about in the back, how do you then have a discussion about power with that? Because it's not just about something happening in your community. There's also an underlying power structure that is operating all the time, even if you're not engaged in it, that's going to be going on. And so how do we give students tools to understand that structure and then engage with it and feel that they can participate in it, and also have the tools to participate in an effective way? So it's not just about voting, but it is about actually all these other things. Voting is kind of like the show at the end of the day, but there are many steps, which we kind of asked you about, that are involved in civic engagement. And what does it take to start taking those steps? And how do we get people to do that from a young age? Noel, there's a...
I guess I wanted to say the reason that I became civically engaged is I realized that there were a lot of old, out-of-touch people making short-sighted decisions that were going to have negative consequences for my generation and future generations. And I realized that like if young people act disinterested and aren't engaged, then we're going to have to deal with those consequences, and it's better to be engaged and try to change the system. I also have a question. A lot of teachers are underpaid and overworked. How do you incentivize them to engage in these sorts of programs?
We pay them.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's expensive, but yeah, so the union has a negotiated rate that teachers get paid hourly for work outside of school. And it's a good question. A lot of people expect teachers to do all this extra work and then they don't want to pay it. People on my own team will be like, no, we're not going to pay them. Like, why not? It does add up, but like, yeah, this work is, I think, important enough. And we ask them to do a lot, so that, we pay them. There's lots of different structures to pay teachers to do more and to like take leadership, and that's kind of a big part of what I've learned being at the DOE is like their teachers need you have to work at professionalizing it and treat them that way, and it makes a huge difference in the way that they like the work that they do and how they approach their classroom. Thank you for asking.
With Generation Citizen, it's during the school day. So what we really do for the teachers is we have a very extensive curriculum, which they can implement during the school day with all PowerPoints created, student handbooks, and so we really try to make it an easy lift for teachers because we know how much they're doing. Participation in government is a mandate for students, and it really doesn't have a curriculum, so many teachers are excited that when they partner with Generation Citizen, they have a curriculum for their civics class. But we provide a lot of support with our teachers. We work with around 80 teachers or so in all 5 boroughs, educate over 5,300 students in New York alone, and we work around their schedule. So sometimes we're having calls at night, sometimes they just want emails, sometimes we go into the classroom. So we really try to provide the support we can and let them know that we really value them, because I go into those middle school classes and I'm like, I appreciate you, this is hard, but and really just making sure that teachers understand how important this is for their students to have this experience and to really be engaged in civics.
I just want to add in that when we were talking beforehand, both Brooke and Ankit had sort of pointed out that the difficulty of adding civics into classrooms when it's not something that's tested on for students. So there's some aspect that it's required, which Brooke told me is called PIG, participation in government. So that's required, but if it's not tested, does it get the same kind of investment or the same kind of interest? And I think, as Ankit was saying, this idea of pushing it in through computer science seems to be an avenue that is open in a way that maybe there weren't always opportunities. I don't know.
No, my background coming into all this is the same as hers, where a lot of people weren't kind of representing their community or didn't have anything similar, to the community. But my question is, Is there a model to take what you're doing and scale it out to other regions or other cities, smaller cities, perhaps?
So that is sort of ancillary to our way. So there's a larger like national CS for all movement that the folks that run it actually started here in New York City and helped get ours off the ground. And so we are like looking to kind of package our materials and structures. And so, like for example, Detroit has been interested in some of our work, and so we're talking to them, or actually this National CS for All consortium is talking to them. A lot of this is just organizing though, and having like people in city government that kind of know what they're doing, building a team around it, having all this funding. So it's not sort of like I don't know. There's no tech solution to this. There's no Sorry, it looks like you're very unfulfilled.
Generation Citizen is a national nonprofit. We actually started in Rhode Island, and we're in Massachusetts. New York is the largest site, the Bay Area in California, Oklahoma, Texas, and then we have remote programming where we have our curriculum and support in areas like Alabama, Jersey, and elsewhere. And we have a department of our organization that's all based on advocacy and how we can really continue to spread.
And I'll add in that BetaNYC, like our name, is always trying to prototype what we're doing and share it with other people. All our material is always open source and available, and we're happy to talk to people in other places that would be interested in replicating programs like this. But I think what Ankit said is really important, that while these are sort of tech curriculums, it's always people-centered, and that the people involved are absolutely essential. And so being on board with the vision of it, the mission of it, and then having the people skills to actually implement, to get the resources together, to pull together the key players, that's a lifelong skill. And that's, I think, what we try to teach in both these curriculums extensively. And it's hard to fund that sometimes. But it's just as important. It's not as sexy, it's not tech, it's not, but it actually is the most important skill to learn. So. That. And I know we have some other questions, but I would like to just also prompt Ramesh a little bit. If you could share a little bit of your experience. You talked to us before about wanting a desire to go into public service, and curious where that came from and how that developed for you.
Initially because my family, because they were kind of excluded from many parts of the political community. So they weren't able to kind of partake into, and not even aware of how much rights they had or whatever. So. And the frustrations that came for their inability to do so. And the people in my community that were generally largely disenfranchised because they didn't see any sort of, government was often a tool of an oppressive tool. And although it can be wielded in the other form, it was very hard for them to see it as a tool for advocacy, to represent their own interests. Certainly in my case, it was difficult even if you did so many things right. You were still kind of felt guilty, through my eviction time and through the social system, constantly feeling that you've done something wrong by being poor or not having certain advantages. And this is replicated, many times for all the, these disadvantaged groups. So, and it's hard to see to walk into a courtroom with so many parents and people my age, and it's full. The courtrooms are full, and you're like, it becomes a point where, purely on principle, that something has to be done. It's clearly to the point where even the oppressive tool is unsustainable, to the extent where they can't even replicate it to that, and it's, funneling down further in. It's very, I don't know, it's scary. So those experiences led me to kind of seek some sort of public service, but which kind of led me to the military. But I, it didn't quite capture what I really would have wanted was kind of, like a supportive, not only civic engaged, but yeah, supportive. Very to not kind of to think empathetically about. To be sensitive to humanity, but not in an abstract or intellectual way. To always keep it human-centered. So I think that was one of the biggest things that I took away from that.
Thanks. I know we had a question in the back. Did you have a question? We need to get. Oh, sorry. Okay, and then we'll get to you next. Sorry.
I guess following up on that, around the idea of having some support for engagement. I work with young people who are interested in engaging but talk themselves out of it, or just feel like no one's listening. If they say anything, no one's really going to take them seriously. If they say anything, well, it might be logged somewhere in a file that no one ever reads again, and any ideas get churned over and over. So as much as we're all interested in getting young people civically engaged, what is the environment for that engagement? Is anyone listening? Is anyone inviting young people to be participating? And are they devolving power?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think with Generation Citizen, it's really wonderful because the students create an action plan and they implement it. And so you go into a senior, classroom, a PIG classroom, and students are calling their council member and they're terrified. So you have like these very cool seniors being terrified to make a phone call to their council member. So they are nervous, right? And they don't feel like the system is for them. And they make that phone call, and that already feels empowering. The fact that they can actually call their council member, someone who represents them. But one thing that we are constantly reminding students is that change takes time. And I think that's hard for many students because we're used to instant gratification, we're used to just getting anything we want whenever we want it, and having them realize that you're gonna have to call that council member many times. Maybe you're gonna just have to show up and make that change or use other tools. We actually had a classroom in Brooklyn that their goal was to get a traffic countdown clock on the intersection because their teacher was actually struck, and she's okay, but she wasn't okay for a little while. And so they did all this research, they presented to their council member, they reached out to the Department of Transportation, everyone's like, this is great, this is great, this is great. Nothing happened, and they're like, you know what, we're calling the media in. They called the local news station, they talked about how they met with their council member, a representative of the Department of Transportation, how nothing was being done, and by January, this ended in November, January they had that countdown clock. So it's also figuring out what are the tools, who are the influencers, how can you make this change, and it's many different ways, right? So giving them exposure to the many different tactics that they can use.
Alana's been doing a lot of work with our Hack League to bring in subject matter experts, folks that work in nonprofit. There's people in the audience that I think have attended, and elected officials and people that work for the city. And so we've created a space where somebody's listening. But I share that sort of same, how much are they listening? Are they really ready to listen to kids? The interesting thing about using data is that it sort of gives them some instant credibility in a way, and they themselves feel a little bit more confident, which I think to do all the things that Brooke was talking about, you have to have some level of confidence and then persistence, and there's there's clearly a process to do these things, and it won't happen quickly, and so just what I'm hoping is that the Hack League is giving students an environment where they see that going through that process is worthwhile, and that maybe then they're more willing to do that. But yeah, that's a hard problem, and I would maybe if you don't build their confidence in the first place, then they're not going to ever follow through.
Which is why I think it's so important it's done in a classroom and in a safe space where they have colleagues or teachers saying, all right, that council member flaked on us, and this actually happened as well. A council member was supposed to visit a classroom, they flaked last minute, and they went on their Twitter or some social media account, and they called them out, saying, our class was excited to have so-and-so come, and they didn't. So, right, because we work with many council members and assembly members to have them come into the classrooms, and some are really eager and excited and some aren't. But the reality is they're representing a group of people, and so we need to make them accountable, and we need to give students the confidence and the tools to do so, and it's extremely powerful when students recognize that they do have that power.
And I'll just add in two things about Hack League. We've really thought about the spaces where we've been hosting the borough-wide events. So the Manhattan borough-wide competition next Wednesday is going to be in the municipal building. And then the following one in Brooklyn the following week at the Brooklyn Borough Hall. And we're very excited that the final citywide event is going to be inside the City Hall chambers. And so part of the idea is that we're trying to invite students into these civic spaces where they are coming, they're champions from their borough, and they are being listened to and engaged with elected officials, so that it's that maybe the first time when they're working in a campaign, it's not the first time they've met them, or they've been in these spaces and see them hopefully as their own, because they are public spaces, they are the people's spaces, but we don't often, I mean, it's very hard to get into them still. So, yeah. A question in the back, or comment?
Covered quite a bit of stuff. I guess I'm one of those old fogies that you spoke about. But what I want to tell you is that even old fogies want to see a change. And quite frankly, the older you get a little tired. We still have a bit of energy, however. And I want to see, particularly in Central Harlem, a whole new crop of young people. We've been under siege by the politicians that are there. And the only people who get promoted through the system, and I say promoted for a reason, are people who they have picked to run. I want to see a whole bunch of AOCs in Central Harlem, because we're ready. We're ready. And we have to see a change. Now, part of the thing with education, and I'm not going to take a long time, I promise. Part of the thing with education is that I find, for example, a school like Democracy Prep gets a lot of press because they're doing some of the things you're talking about. My mother was taught civics. That was an actual course. So she understood who your senator was, who your council member was, who the president was, who the federal senator was. These kids don't even know. When I engage them in conversation, they have no idea of who's representing them. You know, they're talking about the party and this and that because it's never really taught to them. I don't understand why there's no more civics in school and why there's no regents in it. Because it seems as though, and maybe again, I'm an old lady, it seems as though when there's a regents, people pay attention. I know I did when I had to take. So to me, that should be a regent subject. It should be mandated that civics is taught in the school. We will have a much wiser electorate and we'll have more AOCs all over this country if we can get that kind of involvement. I don't think everybody has to be a democratic socialist to be educated about the government, but I can tell you that was a hell of a line of questioning AOC put out at that Cohen hearing. She took care of business, her staff had her ready, and to me, that's an example of what our young people can do. So even the old fogies want to see some new blood out there. And you should get out there and hang out with some of the old fogies and get some of that history. And then you should get out there and run. Thank you.
So I'm gonna get in trouble. It's okay. So the reason that civics is probably not being told or taught is testing. We test. So many, and we focused on math and ELA because we're competing against every country in the world to be the best, and we're not. And so we sort of strip everything else out, art, music, and so I think in a way you're right, like testing civics would bring it back, and maybe that's something that you could advocate for to the New York State Education Department. I'll stop there. But that's like a civic engagement thing that we could work on, I guess. But I don't know if more testing is really the answer. I know we're here to talk about data, and like we haven't talked about school data at all, but like testing is a major piece of data coming out of schools, but it's like, how valid is it? People do a lot of like psychometric work on tests to make sure that if a student were to take it twice, it would result in the same rough results. They would get the same score, but still, is that really the mechanism that we should be using? Is that really good data? Do we want to measure human intellect that way? I don't know. I think that's potentially dangerous, but it's why we don't teach civics is testing.
So I was told we have 1 minute left on the panel. I know there was a question that was waiting over here and a couple other questions. So can I just put out a question to you to take with you, and maybe if you could share with somebody on your way out, and I'm sorry I asked the Civic Innovation Fellows to come in and then didn't give them time, which if you would love, these are our Civic Innovation Fellows sitting in the second row here that are currently in our program. If you would want to talk to them about their experience in the fellowship, how it's changed them, made them think about civics, I think they'd welcome the opportunity to share that with you. And if you might want to turn to somebody and share an idea that came from you on the way out, just what this makes you think about or a question you have, just to kind of keep that conversation going, we'd really invite you to do that. And I think we'll take the last question here and then close up.
Yeah, my question kind of gets to a couple of things that Ankit was talking about. I'm curious about how the data fits into these curricula. Where does open data come in? How do you teach problem formulation, like finding issues and using it to support arguments and things like that?
Can I throw that to Ramesh first to talk about how he did that at the Civic Innovation Program, and then we can kind of go down?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we did was we used 311 data, and we tried to form a correlation between, say, heat and hot water calls and possible unscrupulous tenant-landlord behavior to try to draw a connection there. So we did some light statistical analysis work on things like that. So that's one example of how we would use. But a lot of our work at the Civic Innovation Program did center around 311. Data sets. So yeah, I mean, as far as for the civic innovation portion of that, yeah, we used a lot of 311 data for that.
For Generation Citizen, it's just a great tool and a resource for students as they build their argument to gather support. So.
So most of our computing curriculum is around projects, and so we don't spend a lot of time. We'll teach skills, but it's around building something. So what are we building? Well, let's start with open data. Let's identify it could be a problem. It could just be something interesting we found. It doesn't always have to be a problem. Not everything is problems and solutions. Sometimes we just want to express ourselves. And so try to keep that open. Let the student drive as much as possible. So it's sort of probably a different type of pedagogy than most people are used to seeing in classrooms. But that's how we do that. Was there a second question? Or okay. Or felt like there was.
Okay. Okay, last question, last story.
I'll be quick. I'm wondering who the other players are in this space, maybe other orgs or people who are doing explicitly civic engagement training as it intersects with computer science or thinking about open data. To me, it sounds a little bit like we've got players from closer to one end of the spectrum and the other, but is there anyone who's working to be more in the middle?
What do you mean by one end of the spectrum or the other?
So from where I am, it sounds like Brooke really focuses on the civics training and takes advantage of open data or tech as a tool. Ankit is focused on that computer science pipeline and maybe is starting to bring in ethics or integrates ethics in some way. Is there anyone who is doing civic training explicitly within maybe a computer science space that isn't so tech skill focused? Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. The only thing I would say that's also sort of adjacent that's I think worth looking at is AI for all. I don't know exactly how that's funded, but I know that part of it's NSF funded. NSF funds a lot of this work. And they work with universities, and they work directly with students. They have sort of summer institutes where kids get to sort of explore AI and potential biases, and in that I don't know exactly how it works, but it might be more technical than it is. But they do address some of those issues of like ethics and data. I don't know what type of data they use though.
I would say that I think the idea is that the Hack League is really trying to sit squarely in that space of using open data, using data with a civics endpoint. So kind of marrying that, and then we're also co-developing a curriculum as well around that, a capstone sort of project for students. So maybe we are going to be occupying that space, but also interested there's other people in it.
Not that I know of, but what's been exciting for me today is thinking about, so Generation Citizen usually sits in a social studies class, although we've been integrated into English classes, an environmental science class, really the administration and teachers choose. And just thinking how about we can be in more computer classes or like really weaving civics into every subject. And I think that events like this present more opportunities for us to explore that and to act on that.
Thank you.
So thank you to everybody in the room, and please keep this conversation going. Talk to somebody, talk to our Civic Innovation Fellows, talk to somebody, we'll be around for a little while, about your civic engagement experience, what caused you to do it, what makes you keep doing it, and some ways that you might want to be involved. And thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to Data and Society for streaming. Thank you to our volunteers.